All right, welcome everyone. I probably won't need to wait for a million people to join. I'm just gonna get right into it. Let me see if all the windows are working. All right, welcome everyone. Oh yeah, double voice. Wait. All right, so we have that. And now the counter should also work. So we can keep an eye on how the Palestine Aid bundle is doing over the day. All right. So, plan for the day. If you have any comment or if you notice the sound fucking up, please do let me know. I can try to adjust it a bit. I'm trying to keep an eye on the YouTube chat. And for all the ones who have no idea what we are doing today, there has been a new Solidarity bundle launching on itch.io containing around 1,000 indie games. Many of them I already played, and I want to give some opinion on them so you know what to expect or find a few gems that you might not have checked out yet. And other than that, we'll probably take a look at later on at more games that I haven't played yet. Just go through the bundle and see how that goes. As always, if you haven't bought the bundle yet, if you still want to support the cause, the link to the bundle should be in the description below if YouTube didn't mess that up. So please do check that out. All right, so first one. I'm probably going to go through all the games and just play through the trailers a bit and then give some opinions. So I did play this one, and it's actually not that bad. I actually really liked how the structure of the game works, but it's probably much better on mobile because the way you need to use those shots and you activate them is incredibly painful on a PC. But I can probably see this being super fun on mobile for short bursts. Colors. Okay, let's check the next one. From Orbit. So this one is actually a bit of a weird one because I technically like what it's going for. And from Orbit, you'll manage the crew of a small spaceship stranded deep in uncharted space. They need to make their way home, journey from planet to planet, each procedurally generated with unique environments, challenges, and alien creatures. So this is a base building resource management strategy game where you are landing on a planet in each level and you're trying to get enough resources to build towers, defeat the enemies, and then get to the next level. And while I technically really like those games, this one was a bit lacking as an overall concept because every single level felt incredibly similar. Like it's always the same type of layout. The enemies always feel very similar and you never really get an impression that the game is actually changing. I have not played the game for about a year or so, I think, though, and I did believe I read some updates from the developer over the last 12 months. So if you did check this out and you found some more value to it, please do let me know. Steam Marines 2. You might be already acquainted with that one because it pops up in every single Steam sale ever. Steam Marines 2 brings you to distant star systems and planetoids square in the path of conflict between the Tor alien race and the banner of sentient machines. So the thing with Steam Marines 1 and 2 is that... Oh yeah, wait. Soundtrack is probably not the best trailer. We don't have any actual trailer. We don't have any actual trailer for this one, so let's look at a picture. We're not getting a picture. Anyway, they are basically squad-based tactical games, and I really like what these games try to do, but they never really make too much. They are never really fun. It's really hard to put into words because the second game also kind of manages to make some aspects worse that actually the first one got down rather well. Like the inventory management was basically completely removed from the second one. The difficulty was super random. And it was also very, very hard to actually get into the idea of how these games, how Steam Marines 2 actually needed to be played. Like it felt very unfair at times. So if you're actually curious about the series, we will also get about to the first one in a bit. I do recommend at least checking out the first one and not the second. Cosmic Rochambeau. A game of cosmic battle, ram your opponent out of the ring into oblivion, attack, parry, dodge, Rochambeau. So Rochambeau is a 2-player fighting game that looks incredibly cool. When I tried it, and also when I tried it with a friend, I noticed that the game's mechanics felt very much style over substance. It looks incredibly cool, but it was very hard to actually get into the groove of how tactics might work. It reminded me a bit of the old Dragon Ball Z games, but without many of the customization options. And also there's actually a follow-up game, like I think from the same developers in the game, in the bundle. I should have also have that in the list somewhere. That was actually much better and much more fun. So if you like the idea of it, stick around, and I will talk about the follow-up game in a bit. I forgot what it's called, but we'll get there at one point. Rooftop Cop. Rooftop Cop is a collection of 5 endless vignette games and a 7-track album. The games are set on a loose metaphysical timeline in which the cops slowly lose their way. So as I just said, it's a few different games, and there are actually many of these different types of small collections from a single developer or from a collective on itch.io, and I really like how you are basically jumping into a completely different idea with every game and with every concept. This one in particular, I really like the music and the sound effects, but there's usually only 1 or 2 games that really work as a game. And for Rooftop Cop, the 5 games are all very experimental in nature, that they don't really feel like much of a game. Like there's a foundation here where I think people could probably build on those concepts to make them an actual fun game. But for now, it was more really interesting as this combination of game and music album. But if that is something you're interested in, then this is definitely worth checking out. Last Night Rogue Edition. Last Night Rogue Rider Edition. Last Night is over-the-top, non-stop jousting action in a beautiful, brutal fantasy world. It comes with bucket loads of content and is inspired by outstanding third-person platformers like Crash Bandicoot. It uses the Unreal Engine to bring it all to life. As the description just said, the inspiration is pretty clear. It's like basically a reverse Crash Bandicoot. And the game is actually pretty good. Like, I really enjoyed playing it. But the problem is that this game ran horribly for me. So if you like those games, and if you are willing to test if your PC can run this a lot better than mine, then it's absolutely worth checking out, but you might want to keep your expectations in check. Art School. You're a freshman at art school. Your assignments are generated and graded by an AI. Can a video game make you more creative? Can a video game make you a better artist? Can you graduate from art school? I don't know. That's on you. This is a super weird one. You might have already heard about it because it's also on Switch and also Steam. And the concept looks incredibly cool. Like, you're walking around and you get basically small tasks, like draw a circle, draw something that you enjoy, draw something that you might have thought of yesterday. And then you have the fake AI judging your drawings. You also explore the world, you get some more brushes, you get some more items to play around with. And the idea is really, really cool, but they also kind of failed making the game fun. Like, I also have a bit of a connection with art in general, and even though I wouldn't call myself a great artist, this game just never really made me want to play it. Like, even the game aspects felt undercooked. But there's a huge community that seems to like the game, so you should probably check it out if checking out weird and experimental concepts are up your alley. Four Horsemen. Emigrate to Western Europe, make cornflake nachos, confront the ghosts of a dead internet, pretend you don't speak English, build a blender out of plastic spoons, get arrested for apologizing to a cop, and formally kiss your crush. So, Four Horsemen is a visual novel about four kids, I think it was four, who ran away from their homes, and you would basically figure out how they get to that point that made them run away, or get to the point that made them want to start their own society out of what they were used to and what they are being forced into. And the idea of that is incredibly appealing. I think the concept of watching how those kids get along and what they are building did work really, really well, especially because the game was adding these, let's call them house/base building mechanics, where you would go around town and you would explore what items they find and what machinery they might be able to build in their new home. So while I really liked the overall concepts, I think my biggest issue with this and with many of the smaller visual novels was the writing. So you would be very invested in the background ideas of someone not understanding how they can fit in that society, and then at the same time, or like just a moment later, you would read some rather childish commentary or childish phrases and conversations that felt so out of place for me that I found it hard to keep being invested. But really, the concept is super nice, so especially if you like visual novels, it is worth a look. Steam Marines, as promised. Do we get a trailer? Oh yes, we get a trailer for this one. As I mentioned earlier, the second Steam Marines that is also in the bundle is actually, in my opinion, a much worse game. It has less features. It is less easily digestible with what you're actually seeing and what you want to do. It's basically sort of a roguelike strategy game where you go into one of those, I think it was spaceships, try to kill all of the invaders, and then just get out of there with the best loot. And the first one actually did some really nice things. It was also, I think it's already pretty old, like 7-8 years. And I did enjoy figuring out how those systems work. But you might want to be aware that if you give this a try, you should probably expect some frustration in the beginning, because the game does not do incredibly well at explaining to you how it wants to be played and how you are actually best surviving. All right, what's next? Boa Retina. That is a very interesting one. Boa Retina is a game that dives deep into messy gender uncertainty. It is an uncomfortable blend of abstract golden age arcade design, retro computer aesthetic, the unhealthy ways my gender feelings manifested before coming out, and external conflicts from things trying to keep life in order. It is a story of breaking free. There is no trailer for this, but it's basically a short story about one person's experience about coming out and what he or she what they experienced in that process. And especially on itch.io, there are many of those smaller, incredibly personal games, and this one really, like, it hit me. Like, I don't think I gave it a high rating for being, let's call it, a good game, but the way how they really tried to give you the impression of what made them or what they had experienced around them was rather well done. And I do recommend checking out these smaller, very personal games that actually make you feel or actually make you understand why people actually try to make these games and why games can also be a very important and impactful medium for that. Luminous. A clever little. Oh, wait. Guide key through a darkened wasteland on a quest to rekindle the light. Can you hear the weight of your destiny as your light dwindles and the shadow twists into ever stranger shapes? Can you trust the creature that guides you through this unsettling platforming adventure? So this one was really cool as a concept, as an idea, because it was basically trying to give you unique platforming challenges with this let's call it hyper-focused movement mechanic of like a heavyweight. It felt a bit like Souls-like in how you are moving around, and then you would just have a random small opponent that could be incredibly dangerous to you. And I really did enjoy playing it, actually. The problem was, or my biggest problem with it was that the level design felt a bit too simple at times, but you still might want to check this out because it did feel rather special to play it, actually. Also, we need to quickly check what this thing is doing. So I hope the sign of the bundle overview of the current amount of money should be showing again now. All right, Crystal Control 2. Do we have a trailer? Yes, we do. That is another category of games that I noticed on itch.io are games that look incredibly well, like with a super nice art style, great animations, but then they are just very simple concepts. And this one kind of falls into that. It's a 2 versus multiplayer game where you try to shoot at basically mini towers in the middle of the map, and then use those towers. Like, I think it was shown at the beginning. Yeah, right here. And then you use those towers to actually activate them, which will then, if they are activated in your color, shoot at your opponent. And the concept is solid. I did have some fun playing it, but it's also so simple and a bit limited in game modes that it didn't hook me that long. So I really would have, like, they tried to incorporate a single player mode, which is this, where you basically fly through the levels and then you also need to activate them. It works a bit like a very simple shmup. But I really would have liked them to explore more of this idea, because I think the multiplayer mode also felt a bit too limited in the modes and structure. We are moving itself up. We are still at 2.5. Data loss. We don't have a trailer. No trailer, but the GIF is enough. This is a very simple game concept. Let me check what they... A click in search mode to emit a search wave. This will show you where nodes are. Press 1 to switch to infect wave mode, and click where no modes are. Pressing 2 will return you to the search wave mode. Yeah, okay. So basically, this is a complicated way to say that you basically activate nodes around the map, and then you just try to make them activate in a timely manner and get enough points. The idea is solid, but it also felt a bit more of a mini game than an actual game, and I would have I could see this being expanded, but as of now, I don't think there was too much. It didn't feel like you could play it for a long time and still get something out of it. All right, Metamorphobet by Vector Park. Vector Park is amazing. If you don't know, they also made Windowsill, which is, I believe, might also be in the bundle. Metamorphobet is a playful interactive alphabet. Poke, prod, drag, and spin the letters of the alphabet to reveal surprising and luminous transformations.
Introducing Metamorphobet, a playful interactive alphabet for all ages. Guided by your touch, each of the familiar 26 letters transforms into a series of playful, interactive vignettes. Metamorphobet is an intuitive game that draws children and adults alike into the meticulously imagined world of the alphabet.
So what I really liked about this one is that it basically works as an alphabet teaching game for small children. And there was one guy in the Reset Era thread that had his small child play this, because he could just play around and touch letters, and then they would evolve and make fun things. It's not much of a big game, but especially the Vector Park, or all of the Vector Park games, are doing incredibly well at giving you just that playful feeling of just exploring something. And even though there's not much to it, and you won't be able to use that as a challenging puzzle game, you will still probably find it incredibly endearing to at least go through the alphabet once and see the creative ways that, like in this case, N stands for nose, they came up with to visualize those letters. Thank you for the info, but yeah, Windowsill, and there's also so thank you. Windowsill is in the bundle, and there's also another one, I believe, in the bundle by Vector Park, but I forgot how it was called, and I'm not sure if I have it on my list yet here. So, Wheels of Aurelia. Wheels of Aurelia is a narrative road trip game set in the roaring Italian 70s, half racing game, half interactive fiction. It tells the story of Lella, a restless woman driving on the roads of western coast of Italy, the famous Via Aurelia. I think when I played this game, oh yeah, Sandcastle's right. And the old one in the Racial Justice bundle. Yeah. So I think I might not have been in the best mindset when I played this game, because I thought it would be more. Of a racing game, puzzle game, I suppose. What Wheels of Aurelia actually is basically a unique visual novel where you meet more people who are getting into your car, who you transport to other areas of the map. And on that road trip, you are balancing how you are driving through those cities and talking to the people in your car. And it's actually pretty interesting how they try to actually make this a dynamic that the game plays out. So if you have someone in your car, but you're too focused on the street and you will not actually react to their questions, then they will react to you being busy. And that is a fun idea. I really should probably get back to this, because whenever I think back of playing this game, I remember that I didn't enjoy it much because it felt too simple or too pointless, more or less. But I could probably see this as a bit of more of a experimental and relaxing affair if I'm having a different mindset for it. So I really should probably give this another go at one point. Codemancer. Codemancer brings the mystery of magic and the acceleration of learning to code together in a fantasy universe that uses spellcasting as a way to teach and learn programming skills. So as you can see, that's a movement programming game. If you haven't encountered those before, it basically starts off every level with you on a certain tile of the map and you needing to tell your character how to get to the goal. Like, do a jump ahead, then turn right, move up. And it basically teaches, especially for children, the fundamentals of how programming works. And there's nothing really wrong with it, and I would actually highly recommend playing this game or giving this game to a child who might be interested in figuring out these concepts, or who you think might be who you think that game might be relevant for. The only downside is that it's not much of a challenge or not much of a super interesting game for someone who already either knows a bit of programming or knows some of those puzzle games already. So it very much is an entry game, but as that entrance to this type of genre or thinking, I would very much recommend looking into it. Spellcasting, Meowgically Enhanced Edition. Spellcasting is a family-friendly line-drawing puzzle game in which you are a young wizard learning spells in the comfort of your home thanks to wizardly distance education. Same thing as for the previous game. This is actually a pretty good game, and I really like the idea, but it's also more directed towards children.
Just like you, I see. A wizard they most of all wanted to be. But hark, what is this? Arrived in the mail.
As you can see, the basic idea is that you might notice from minigames from Mario Party, where you basically just draw the lines that you can see, and then at the end you get a rating for how well you manage to draw those lines, and then you have a cute little story around it where you learn magic spells with it. It's not terribly complicated, and it does look rather uneventful if you just look at the game as you can see it here, but it was actually surprisingly enjoyable. Like, I wouldn't have thought that I would enjoy figuring out how to best do those levels, even if I probably still wouldn't bet that most of you would find it overly fun to play for a longer period of time. But especially for a children's game, definitely recommend it. Guppy, 3 out of 5. Guppy is a 2D watercolor fish simulation. Swim like a fish, move your tail left and right to propel yourself through the water, hide in the shades of lilies, and venture carefully into the open in search of food. Try not to get eaten. So this one is actually rather special in my head. I might have been just because it was one of the first games that I was playing in the Racial Justice Bundle, and that made me actually want to do this crazy thing of playing all these 1,200 games and figuring out what small, special, little experimental games are hiding there. You basically only navigate by pressing left and right, which uses your tail of the fish to propel yourself through the water. And the game was made as a concept for a game challenge where people try to come up with new movement ideas. And I think the game worked incredibly well of trying to give you a different idea of how a game could be navigated. And then you try to evade those bigger fish that might eat you, and has that high score game on top. Like, I played this probably when I started it. I played this probably for an hour and couldn't really stop because of how adorable it was to actually learn how to swim. And then it was pretty addicting to get that high score going. I definitely recommend checking this out if you are enjoying the idea of seeing what other things or what other mechanics games could have. Paranoid Hell. It's a long way home. After finishing her bar, tending shift at 3 a.m., Erica Yu encounters a strange man who claims to know her. Before things escalate, the man suddenly disappears. Terrified, Erica reluctantly decides to make her way home, but little does she know, the nightmare has only just begun. So this one is basically a top-down 2D horror game. A bit of in the vein of like how you could imagine a 2D Silent Hill to work. It does have some genre trappings where you might not find an item and progress might not be entirely clear. But what this game does incredibly well, like seriously well, is the mood that it's portraying, and this unrest that you get from not knowing if the person that you're seeing in the next room might just suddenly turn into a hole swallowing you. And that was really well done. Like, the atmosphere in this game was really special, and I do recommend checking it out if this is the type of game that you enjoy. Rebop Blasters, very good. I was hoping that I didn't forget to put this in. Rebop Blasters is an overpowered platform brawler with destructible terrain and a jazz soundtrack created by the players. I mentioned that earlier with Roach and Bow, with the 2-player fighting arena. This is the one that I would actually recommend you to play, because this is just insane and very, very fun. It's also a bit of the old school Stickman fighting games, if you still know those. That's what it reminded me of. And the mechanics are relatively simple, but they work so well. Like, they're so well polished, and it was so fun outmaneuvering the opponent and just making a mess out of everything. Very, very good game. Very fun. Laser Knights. Laser Knights usually costs $100, and while you will hear me recommending this game, please do not buy it for $100. I forgot what the developer said. There was a reason why they priced it at $100. Like, it was some sort of joke about how games sometimes can't be bought. I forgot what the actual reason was. But now that you have it and you didn't need to pay $100, it is actually very, very much worth playing and very fun. So again, with the theme of multiplayer games, you basically have your jousting weapon and get, as you can see, incredibly stupid items. It's basically like an asteroid multiplayer version that was just like, it's so satisfying to play this game. It's actually really unfortunate that many of the games on itch.io that are multiplayer only are basically doomed to never get much attention because there isn't much of a market for bringing that attention to those games. I guess not many people looking for them, and also during the pandemic there probably wasn't much reason for local multiplayer gaming. But you will find many games in the bundle that are super fun to pull out just for people coming over, and this one is probably on the top of my list for actual fun games to play with other people. A Mortician's Tale takes about one blah 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 is a story-driven, death-positive video game where you play as a mortician tasked with running a funeral home. Take on the role of recent funeral direction graduate Charlie as she learns the ropes of the business and industry. Prepare the bodies of the deceased, attend their funerals, and listen to their loved ones' stories, and interact with Charlie's coworkers, clients, and bosses. When I first saw this game, I actually was thinking of the trauma center games that you would have deceased who you are trying to embalm, cut open, and that being the challenge or the point of the game. And that is also what might get some people to be disappointed about what this game is. But the game, or Mortician's Tale, is basically a short story about a part of society that is usually not talked about, and a whole aspect of our lives and our things around us that we are very much afraid to talk about. I also have huge issues talking about death in general. And this game tries something very, very special in that it takes that topic and tries to give it a calming sense of purposefully being talked about. So if you want to play just a short, I think it was just 1 hour or 1.5 hours. So if you want just a short story about seeing an insight into society that usually might be hidden from you, this one would be a great idea. And all would cry beware, pursued through the ruined streets of Los Angeles, harried by a roving kill gang. Perhaps it was simple survival instinct that drove you to seek shelter. But perhaps it was fate which drove you to seek shelter in the offices of Wayfarer Incorporated in their subterranean laboratories. You discover a machine which opens up a portal to another world. Wayfarer had just had enough time to send one expedition through the gate before they had evacuated. If the new Palestine bundle is anything similar to the racial justice bundle from last year, you will also probably find a lot of those PS1 era style shooters. And this one was fun. It was like, there's not much to say about it. Like, you basically get what you see. Which is some varied level design, some relatively simple shooting mechanics. But that was fun. Like, there's not really much to say against the game. BFF will die. You and your friends are graduating from the prestigious Intergalactic Time Academy. No time for partying, though, as your first mission awaits. The Orbis are all missing. Yes, those curious little beings made of energy who power our time tech are nowhere to be found. No, wait, we have a faint trace of their signal. BFF or Die is a... I would say it's a co-op game about navigating these little labyrinthian levels, trying to find the key, trying to open the doors, and avoiding the dangers these levels pose. I do believe that the single player mode of this, or just playing it alone, was not all that fun, to be honest, because the interaction with playing it with someone was actually much more of a highlight of playing this game, because of how the levels evolve and how you will communicate with the others, of trying to open doors, getting the keys. So as a single player game, I don't think this game did entirely well, but as a multiplayer game, it was super fun. Quench. Become a shepherd and avatar of nature and guide herds of animals on a perilous journey. Each generation, the elephant tribe makes a grand pilgrimage, but this time something is different. This game is beautiful. Like, I love the art style. I love how it looks. I love what it tries to do. Like, I really, really, really wanted to love it. It's also a puzzle game, and I'm a sucker for puzzle games. I really wanted to really, really like this. You basically need to guide your elephant herd through the levels by deciding which path to go, which path might be safer to them. You will lose and gain elephants depending on how well you choose the path, how much water you might be able to bring onto the lands that you guide the elephants through. But the puzzle aspects felt a bit too random. Like, when you started a level, you would often just try which direction to go and just try whatever ability you had on those lands, and it never really felt, or at least the first half of the game didn't really feel like you actually like you were choosing what to do and deciding it based on your puzzle solving skill. It felt very random and just clicking through all the possibilities that you had. But it's also, like, later on it gets much harder, but it's also incredibly adorable. So I really, really I wanted to like it so much. It's a bit unfortunate that it didn't really come together that well as a game. The Night Fisherman. You're a night fisherman and you spot a boat approaching. You bait your rod and steel yourself ready for interrogation. Once he arrives, the man on the opposite deck is calm, civilized, and has a shotgun slung across his back. This game is a short story, like literally short, maybe even micro story, about, I'm not sure if I should spoil it because the game is really just 5 minutes long and you should probably play it. So I probably will avoid talking too much about what it actually tries to do. But let's just say that you are meeting someone on the open ocean, and the conversation has a few twists and turns, and it is a very important topic to talk about. So I really would recommend giving this a try for 5 minutes, that you will probably need to play this. I was also like, I think the developer, what was it called? A Few Giants? Far Few Giants, right? They also have the developer also have quite a few other similar games that are just small slices of an idea and of a concept. The Racial Justice Bundle had quite a few of those. I'm not entirely sure how many of them are included in the Palestine Aid bundle, but they are all definitely worth playing for the message that they are trying to get across. Yeah, I also like the Outcast Lovers better. I'm not sure if it was in this bundle or in the old one, or if I played it before. And as I said, they are all very just focused on one small aspect, so you won't get too much playtime out of them. But I really liked to play that slice at least. 3 out of 5 still. SpookyGhosts.com. SpookyGhosts.com is a small Metroidvania about a ghost hunter named Ruby. One Halloween night, a ghost hunting job comes in, but it turns out not to be a regular gig. So yeah, as the description said, it's a Metroidvania, a very small one. And I didn't give it too high of a rating because as far as Metroidvanias go, it's also relatively simple. But on the other hand, I also couldn't stop playing it. Like, as you can see with the stupidly large cat that you are riding on, the game has some really, really adorable ideas in its level design that just made me want to continue playing and see what it came up with. So if you want a cute little Metroidvania, definitely can go much, much worse with this than with this. A Nightmare's Trip. Adrian, a creature born of a young child's nightmares, takes a little summer vacation. A Nightmare's Trip is a short visual novel game from the development team behind the upcoming Redeceived Voice meets strange new characters to around a colorful city, turn the nightmares of the past into a fantastic dream made real. I think the most interesting thing for me when going through the visual novels of the bundle, of the last year's bundle, were to see how different people try to envision what a visual novel can be. Like, you would have games that are solely focused on meeting other characters and falling in love with them, and this one was just weird. Like, if you want to read something that will just throw you from talking to a flesh-eating plant about your desires to explore the world, to the next one, to the next scene, just casually strolling through a city, then this one, like, I'm not entirely sure how to put this, and I couldn't really put my finger on what I liked and what I disliked about the game. But I really liked that it was just weird. So if weird is your thing, then this one is for you. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Follow the journey of Camille, a frog who dreams of becoming a ballet dancer. Help Camille to overcome everyday struggles like breakfast, dancing, or making friends. It's very short, but this one is also very, very lovely. I definitely recommend checking this out. It won't stay with you, like, it's not going to be super deep, but the emotions that they try to portray with this little dog and her dream, little frog and her dream, were very touching. That was a cute one. That was really cute. Just a little feel good game. Pick the Assembler. is an engineering puzzle game where you set up a production line of marbles and operator blocks to assemble pixel art images one block at a time. So I really had a hard time giving this a rating. Like some games, like you're trying to be objective because I want to have that list that I'm making on itch.io, to have that value for others who might look for interesting games they should check out and they might not have seen before. And I really had a hard time to give this one a rating because I absolutely love the game concept. Like you might know these type of programming games. But it's also so crude in every aspect, like the UI, the level design, the structure, the graphics. Let's see if the trailer goes into the gameplay. Yeah, so you have these blue purple things that will shoot out a dot, and then you use all the elements that are around the level to multiply the dots, to change the direction of the dots, to fill out the structure that you have in the level. I think it showed really well. Yeah, like this. Like the white and the gray squares need to be filled out by the balls and how you direct them. Basically painting that level. And it was really tricky. Like it's challenging. You really need to think a different way than those programming games usually made me think because of how the individual elements interacted with each other. But the game also, like, it's a really rare case of a game's presentation making me a bit wary of wanting to continue playing it because of how dry it seems. But the concept and the mechanics are incredibly good. I really wish this would be a more well-presented game. And if you know any of these games or any of a game that might be super similar to this, please do let me know. I would love to check out more of like this type of drawing concept. But I don't think I've ever seen any game like it before with that exact mechanic. Your future self. You wake up, a disembodied voice tells you that you have been trapped in a time loop with your future self. They have committed a terrible crime in the near future, and according to this voice, and the only way you can escape the loop is to convince your future self of the wrongness of their actions. I have a huge thing for time travel stories, and the idea of this game is that you are sort of caught in this dystopian story machine. Like, you want to get out of your life because things around you are not as, let's say, as good as they seem. And someone contacts you telling you that he's you from the future, and you try to talk to each other and convince each other of your position, which then changes how the story plays out. Like, you need to play this several times to build up some skills and to find new story arcs that you can go through. And this sounds incredibly cool, and I actually really, really like the idea. You should absolutely play this if you don't mind a bit of repetition. The biggest issue that game had, that, as I said, it went through those loops a bit too much, and sometimes when you are not entirely sure which action you might need to take or which path would be the right one to actually continue the story, the game will just send you through the entire loop of the story again. And that was a tad frustrating, but the concept was really, really amazing. So if you don't mind a bit of frustration, I do recommend checking it out. A Kishoten Ketsu in the countryside. I love this game. I love it. I love it so much. I'm sorry that can't show you a. Yeah, look, even my comment is still here because nobody else played it. I can't show you much of it. I'm sorry. Let's just take the screenshot then. I really like the small games that just task you with exploring a world and just figuring out how it works. And this game basically does that by giving you like a small Zelda open overworld where you explore 4 different areas, solve a few puzzles, and by not giving you any hint in the beginning of where you need to go, what to do, and you just need to explore or find the visual cues of this world and how that will get you to the end of it. And there's not too much to it. It's not long. It's not deep. But I really liked this small slice of a game, and I would recommend checking it out. Retrace. You and your friends find yourself in a strange, unforgiving place. Frantically, you seek a way out, but death lurks at every corner. And when it finds you, that's when your resolve is rewarded with the ability to rewind time. What path will you lead out? What decisions will you have to make? And what secrets will you uncover in the dark? So this is another one of those games that I mentioned earlier. Like, it's basically at its core, it's a visual novel, and it tries to do something different than basically any other visual novel I've played, which is really, really interesting because in this game you have the world is ending in some shape or form, and you have 4 or 5 different characters that you can interact with, and you at the beginning decide which story to follow and who to talk to and what to solve, and then it sends you through several time loops of going through that story again, what you experience, but you with different people and with different reactions to what you might need to do. So in one playthrough, you might not know what to tell to someone because you still haven't talked to the person relevant for that particular story bit. And that was really well done. That was really, really well done. And I applaud the developer for having such an incredibly ambitious idea for, I believe, their first game. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I read that it was their first game. There are some, let's call them, polishing issues where the game sometimes sends you a bit around too much, or it's not entirely clear what you should be doing and which item you might need to progress the story. But that also kind of plays into the whole mystery of it, like trying to figure out how to actually progress it in different timelines. That was really well done. I was actually really surprised to see how this game came together. Dominique Pamplemousse. Oh, wait, do we have? Yeah, let's start with the first one. Dominique Pamplemousse. In this unique and offbeat stop-motion musical detective adventure game, Dominique Pamplemousse, the titular protagonist, is a down-on-their-luck private investigator of ambiguous gender, only one rent payment away from homelessness. This game is madness. I mean, both games are madness. Absolute, utter madness. You don't get a trailer here, unfortunately. Maybe the second one has one. But both of the games are very rough musical adventure games where the developer, I suppose, is singing all the lines for every character. And I absolutely love it. There's so much charm and so much character in these claymation animations, even if the story or the puzzles go not terribly deep, that it's so hard to not like what they did here. Like, I love these 2 bits and pieces. I will probably play every single game from with Dominique Pamplemousse for the rest of my life. Even if some of you, especially for the first time encountering the game, might get some ear bleed from some of the characters singing. Yeah, I'm sorry, no trailer here, so I can't torture you with some of the singing. But it's seriously, I'm not joking. This is actually super adorable and super, super well done. The Fall of Lazarus. We are reaching 3.5 as my ratings. Short interlude on the ratings. I basically had it in a way that I would say that everything with a rating 0 was unplayable, everything with 1 was so that I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. 2 was recommend only to people who are really into that type of genre. And then at 3, I would start getting into the games that I liked enough that I would probably regularly recommend them to others. And The Fall of Lazarus is a first-person exploration game set in a science fiction future. You are a crew member of the USSC Lazarus, waking up from cryosleep without memories and even without name in an apparently abandoned drifting cargo spaceship. But you're not alone. There's also Hybris, the artificial intelligence who commands the ship. Hey,
Hello, I'm Hybris. Welcome to the USSC Lazarus. Allow me to introduce you
The last iteration of our
welcome to all the new people
cargo
joining.
spaceships.
We now have the massive number of
USSC
7 people
Lazarus.
watching indie games.
Technology known such as
the last model of the known.
Hello? Can anyone tell me what's going on?
So, The Fall of Lazarus
All so empty.
is a
Get used to it. It's relaxing.
is basically at its core
Hybris! What the hell was that?
an adventure game / walking simulator
I feel weird.
where you
Hate, rage, pain.
where you try to escape, figuring out how to what happened on that ship. Like I don't think the structure is entirely surprising, and you probably saw this type of story already before in different games.
I better get out of here.
But it was still a very wild ride. Like if you look at the reviews on Steam, you might see some negative reviews because of people not being entirely happy with the progress of the progression of it. But it was actually pretty good. I really liked it. Witchball. Witchball is a post-reality. Witchball is a post-reality racing game played by children in the year 2601. Also, I'm very curious how my voice is going to sound like in 7 hours. I'm probably dead. I had no idea what to make with this game when I first played it. Like some of the games, especially the more experimental games in the bundle, really need some rethinking of what you think this game actually is. And this game is basically a co-op competitive racing rhythm game. I think I got that right. Where you, on both sides, you have different players who try to play that ball back to the other player, which you need to do so that your score counts continue, while also evading the environmental hazards. And the way this game plays was so different from any other game that I have played in this vein, that like I really would like more opinions on how people view this game when they get to play it with someone, because of how different it feels. So this one really gets a thumb up for me, just for being a very interesting and experimental concept. Watch me jump. A different kind of basketball game. Watch Me Jump is a digital story of scandal and betrayal played out in 4 quarters. As WNBA All-Star Audrey B. Mills, the player will navigate through the story, shaping Audrey's personality along the way through the choices made. Can somebody please check if that game is actually in the bundle? I thought I put it here but I thought it was a different game. I thought it was a different basketball game. I might have mixed that one up. So it would be great if someone could check. But we're going to talk about it anyway because it was a cool game. So again, with the theme of looking crude. Thank you. So it is in the bundle. Thank you very much. So again, with the theme of some indie games looking crude, but having a lot of punch behind them. It's the story of a women basketball player who needs to deal with her own actions and how society puts expectations on women and it's also a comment on how the sports industry works. Like, you wouldn't guess it from the very simple art style, but there's a lot going on here with the theme, and you will also, depending on how you behave in the game, you'll also change how people perceive you. And this was I didn't expect it to hit as hard as it did. Seconoid, maybe? The starship Equinox is under attack from Stormlord and his robotic minions, the Exolons. You're the crew's only hope. Take your devil. I'm sorry, it seems like the bundle counter sometimes doesn't. That's a bit annoying. The attack from Stormlord and his robotic minions, the Exolons. You're the crew's only hope. Take your samurai, one fighter, and find Solomon's key. Clear the decks of evil robots and save the Equinox from certain destruction. So how far are we? At 154,000 for the bundle submissions. Very cool. Yeah, let me check that. If I can't make this work, then it's a bit annoying. How about doing this? How about doing this? Does this work now? I can't get this to work. I might try to get this to work in a short break. All right, so let's continue. Seconoid. So this is basically a shoot 'em up with a hardcore identity of you will need to probably play every 2 or 3 levels, like one of those screens, at least once before you actually know how to survive it. There have been many of those games in the past with you have to win the game and whatnot, that were just intentionally unfair, and I'm not entirely sure if Seconoid tries to go for that intentionally or if it just happened randomly, but that's what you need to be in for here. But if you are, and if that's your thing, like learning the patterns and learning the level layout and then just cruising through, then this is incredibly satisfying to pull off once you actually know the surroundings. All right. Fortune 499. Fortune 499 is a game about money and magic. You play a fortune teller working in the magical resource department of a large corporation. You engage in day-to-day office activities such as forwarding emails, attending meetings, fighting back hordes of monsters, and dealing with printer jams. With some tricky magic up your sleeve and your job on the line, it's up to you to build a future out of the hand you've been dealt. Yeah, that's true. The one-bit art style can be very cool if it's pulled off, pulled off nicely, especially with some animations. Oh, okay, Fortune 499. This is another one of those games that makes me sound a bit crazy when I tell people that I really like it, because ignoring its story, it's basically a game about the chance of rock paper scissors. Like literally, like most of the things you do in this game is playing rock paper scissors with other characters, and your deck building defines what attacks you can use, which might raise the chance of you realizing and knowing what the other person will use as like if he uses rock paper or scissors. And the idea of not building your deck or not building an RPG with direct stat increases, but just the possibility of learning what other people might do was super intriguing. Like, I can easily see how people are very confused when I try to tell them what this game is doing, but it is also very cool, and I really enjoyed playing it because of how different it was. Shutter Stroll. No text, big text. Take a stroll, take a picture, visit hundreds upon hundreds of generated islands, and share your photographs. Do we get a trailer? We do not get a trailer. So basically, this game randomly generates islands for you that you can walk around on, to take some photographs, and try to just be a relaxing experience. And in general, or at first I thought I would be a bit more disappointed how the game doesn't have many options. Like, it's not super deep with the photography options. You don't have a million lenses. You don't have like anything that you unlock in the game. But what it does incredibly well is making you just find a very small and serene spot for yourself that you just enjoy watching, enjoy seeing, and giving you that experience of having found that spot for yourself. And that is something incredibly valuable. And I think games that really build these type of emotions that are different from just leveling up, just getting more stats, are so rare that I do want to take the time to tell people that this is a game they should also at least take a look at. Gunhouse. Puzzle meets tower defense. Load your guns, rain death from above, protect your valuable orphans, defeat giant improbable bosses. Gunhouse is part puzzle, part active tower defense, as you make big combos to launch a hail of bullets and special attacks at the alien invaders who would like nothing better than to consume your delicious orphan friends. So this game is separated into two parts. One of them is what you see here. This puzzle area on the right, where you basically need to position the elements in a way that you will either put them to the weapons on the left or the weapons on the right side. And then after you're done with the puzzle level, you get into the tower defense mode, where you will activate your weapons to fight against the opponents running through your to your tower. The better you did in the puzzle area, the more weapon you can dish out and survive longer. So I think this game had relatively average or even lower than average user reviews, but I'm not entirely sure if people really understood what it tried to go for, because or maybe like it might be a bit unfair to say for the players, because the game really has its own little identity crisis. The puzzle element, maybe we can find a screenshot, yeah. The puzzle element is probably unlike any, like, it looks simple and it looks like you've played this a million times before, but the way that you need to position those elements to make the best possible combo really might wreck your brain, like seriously hard. You will just slide these rows to left and right and try to have the right things pop down. And that was challenging, and I loved it. I seriously love the puzzle element of this game. Like, you could make this the base mechanic for like a puzzle quest style game, and it would just have me hooked for weeks on end. The challenge this game has is that this puzzle element is very, very hard, and the other element, the tower of defense one, is relatively simple. Like, you don't do much. It's just basically showing like using the weapons that you accrued. And then there's a very weird balance in this game that it feels like no one really is entirely happy with every system that the game is doing. But still, especially if you like puzzle games, worth checking out. Can androids pray? Oh yeah, right. This was another short story. I think this one would be pretty. It's a bad picture. You don't have much interactivity here, but it's basically a visual novel / short story where you landed with your mech on a planet during a war, and there's one of your colleagues also in the mech on the other side, and you talk about the end of the life that you are having now. And there are some fundamental questions being raised that were also pretty interesting. I would say that there's also another one, Can Androids Pray Red? And it's basically the same game, just red and blue, just with the same game, just with different color, a color scheme. And I basically would recommend playing this game once because it was rather touching, even if there wasn't entirely too much depth or variety to it. Snip. Also, since we have new people joining, quick reminder that we are doing a Palestine Aid bundle solidarity stream, meaning that on itch.io there is now a new indie game bundle with around 1,000 games that you can buy for $5, but feel free to give more for food and medicine help for Palestine. Do check it out. And the games are worth it. Easily. The amount of value is frankly ridiculous. Snip is an original puzzle game featuring satisfying explosions. It's about clearing a field of dots. Complete 160 levels that will have you popping dots off blockers through black holes, and more special mechanics. Okay, so this is a bit hard to see. I mean, it looks incredibly nice, but it's a bit hard to see when it goes that quick. Let me pause this for a second so you actually know what's going on. Basically, you will try to activate a single dot, and every dot that you activate can remove same colored dots around it, and you can also push the dots around. And your task at the end is to clear the entire level from all the dots. Sounds simple. Sounds like you've played it a million times before. So I'm not surprised if people don't give it too much attention. What's not to like? Yeah, true. So you've probably played this or think you've played this a million times before, but I can guarantee you haven't. Like, the challenge this game has was very surprising to me because it also made me rethink how I need to figure out how to actually think about this whole process. In the beginning, it might seem a bit to you that you are very randomly clicking on things because it's hard to really understand and think ahead more than 4 or 5 moves if you haven't played this for a while. But this was actually pretty darn good. Also 160 levels. Like, I can guarantee you'll be busy with this for quite a while. The Last Librarian. The world of Rosara is haunted by the ancient past. Grand civilizations fell to the iron fist of the Keithan Empire. The people suffered, but while the empire fell over 1,000 years ago, the guardians who protect Rosara are dwindling. Okay, this is another one of those games that looks relatively simple, and you might be forgiven for thinking there is not a lot to it. It is more or less a Zelda variant, but the way it introduces its world building, its story, its secrets, the mechanics, the puzzles, make it feel more than just a Zelda clone. Like, it really has its own identity, and I think the best, or where the game is at its strongest, is actually giving you a huge amount of mystery and wanting to solve or wanting to figure out what's actually going on here. And I was really surprised to see how that game made me want to play more and more the more I got along, because of how that developer clearly had very much fun figuring out what else he can put in that game. We Are Doomed. All right, let's check the current state of the bundle. Bundle is now at 155,000. So if I do this for 7 hours, let's see if we can hit the first goal of the 500,000. We Are Doomed is a twin-stick shooter where you zap through polygon baddies with an absurdly overpowered laser beam. Dive head first into the action with reckless ambition, charge the super beam, and zap everything out of existence in an instant. Chase high scores or just enjoy the beautiful explosion of geometry, color, and light. Classic arcade style, Geometry Wars style game where you zap around, collect the little power-ups or the point modifiers and try to survive. I haven't played many of those games last year that felt as satisfying as this one. Like, it's not terribly deep, it doesn't have many mechanics, not many power-ups, but it was incredibly satisfying to actually figure out how these individual enemies works and to survive the onslaught. Just damn satisfying to play. We are at 3.5 still. Vignettes. Vignettes. This is a unique exploration game without text or characters where objects shapeshift as you spin them around to wander through a kaleidoscope of different moods and settings. For some reason, I'm not allowed to make this big, which is unfortunate. That is a bit unfortunate. Let me check if I can. Yeah, let's do that on YouTube then. So Vignettes offers you these items that you can interact with by swiping them around, turning them around on the other side, and you need to find different shapes in them. Like you have that was too quick. Like you have this bowl, and then you turn the bowl, and the bowl turns into the lamp, etc., etc. And that sounds really, really simple, but the game is actually very interesting in its structure, because there's not only one way, but you will actually need to find different ways to interact with the items that might affect which other items you might get from it. And first, the moment I started playing this game, it seemed a bit simple, like something that I would play on the side or just for a few minutes, being happy about the interactions. But the more you go along, the more intricate the ideas actually become of how you will need to interact with those items. That was actually pretty interesting, and it's probably undeservedly looked over for how it seems like a very casual game. Gem and the mystery of the mysteriously spooky mansion. The detective prodigy Gem already knows who did the crime, but what the crime actually was remains to be determined. It's up to you to guide Gem through the 8 rooms of point-and-click puzzles, gather evidence, and deduce what really happened in the mystery of the mysteriously spooky mansion. No trailer. That's unfortunate. So this one is an adventure game with the unique premise of, as the text just said, figuring out what actually happened here. And depending on, and that is just really lovely and really well done, depending on what you find, which clues you find, which connection between the individual rooms and the story bits, actually decides what happened. So it could be that in one case, you will figure out that the culprit of the mystery might be aliens, and the next one it might be something entirely different. And it's just basically like these minimal parallel universes that you create by how you approach the game. It's very much worth playing it through a few times. I think after the first time, you might not really understand why I like this game so much, but if you play it 3-4 times, or at least 2 times to see how different those playthroughs can play out, I think you will also really appreciate how adorable this was done. Glittermitten Grove. Yeah, it was really neat. And it really surprised me. Like, also one of those games that looks more simple than the idea actually is. Ahoy, hey, oh loddy doddy day, fair traveler, and welcome to Glittermitten Grove. Here you will find a land of enchantment, whimsy, and resource management. Sow the fields with magic seeds, pick berries from plentiful boughs of our sugar fern trees, and collect sparkles from the resplendent rays of our sun-kissed thicket to help us prepare for the long winter ahead. Also no trailer. For those of you who do not know, like really know what this game is, let me just tell you that it has different experiences. And both of those experiences are surprisingly fun. Like, you might not believe me when I say this, but even the fairy building, tree growing aspect is much fun than I might have been, much more fun than I might have wanted to admit after I started playing it. And the other part was also just insane and also very worth playing, but I'm not going to get into that. So if you are curious, it's actually worth checking out, even if it looks, like having fairies and creed throwing. Hark. Hark is a glitch fantasy roguelike adventure about cute monsters, low-bit hauntings, and a suspiciously talkative narrator. Choose your character and battle through forests, deserts, and dungeons to defeat a mysterious evil. Die often, try again. Ark is one of those roguelikes that, when you start it, doesn't really want you to survive. Like, it's not easing you into things. It's very quickly becoming very, very mean to you. But despite its appearance, there's also a huge amount of depth how you can progress in this game, and I really enjoyed how the glitch nature of its theme and its story was played out over time. This was probably from all the roguelikes that I played last year. I'm not entirely sure if I'm forgetting one here, but this was probably my favorite out of all of them, even if it is a bit unfriendly at first. Splinter Zone. You don't know who you are or how you got here. There's no explanation for any of this. There's only one thing you can do: endure the challenges that get thrown in your way, learn them as best as you can, and find a way to escape from this eternal punishment. Fight, not to save the world, but to maybe save yourself. Yeah, I was also thinking of Vector Park when I saw vignettes first, and I think the idea is similar. Vector Park, I think the idea is similar in how it is incredibly adorable to interact with the game. But there's actually going more on in that game. Okay, full disclosure, I have played this a while ago and I actually forgot how I felt about it. I actually forgot what I... mix of Mega Man style. But you can read my impression and the list on itch.io. And I really don't want to go too much into it right now because I really forgot, I can't even remember writing this. So I'm just going to skip that one. But we are now at 4.5. So I really liked the game, but for some reason, it was also apparently a bit forgettable. Halloween Forever. Oh, wait. Soundtrack again? Yeah, soundtrack again. No trailer. Halloween Forever is a Ghosts and Goblins style game that is similar to its inspiration, incredibly challenging. And also one of those things that doesn't look a whole like there's a whole lot going on with simple level design, but it's actually pretty close to the experience that you might want if the Ghosts and Goblins style games are what you like. There was also, thankfully, because I sometimes have a bit of trouble getting into these games, this game does incredibly well with making it playable for a wider audience. So if you want, I think you can start at each level, at the beginning of the level instead of the whole game. And that was good. It's really, really good, especially for the inspiration that it has. It gets very close to being exactly that. It also has some very cool unlocks. Bleed. Probably know that one already. Also doesn't have a bundle, a trailer. Bleed is an action style action game, action platformer that is just incredibly satisfying. And Bleed and Bleed 2, which I believe is also in the bundle, they just did incredibly well by it was just damn satisfying. As the opponents and the level design just really make you want to push on, and it feels so rewarding to pull off. Not much more to say. It's crazy and really, really good. And the second one is better than the first, so if you only have time for one, check out the second one. Skyrogue is a Fushi roguelite action flight simulator. Blow things up over land, sea, and air on an infinite number of procedurally generated islands. Choose one of a diverse set of arrows and kit it out with a dizzying array of weaponry. So yeah, pretty straightforward. It's a flight combat simulator, and it's very, very well done. Like, I haven't played a game like this that I enjoyed as much in a long, long time. It also has a bit of a roguelike random nature to it. There's also some missions, if I remember correctly, and just the way that it feels and that it looks when you navigate it, it's just, that was really good. Really, really, really good. Might also be worth checking out if you're not the biggest fan or if you haven't played many of those games before, because it's probably a very good entry into that genre. Adjacency is an abstract puzzle game about colors and shapes, minimal yet challenging for the casual or perfectionist player, featuring 60 puzzles and original sound and music by Haley the Boom. As you can see, the game tasks you with filling out the shapes and like with the correct colors, and you basically need to figure out which sequence you can activate them to spread the color through different means to the other shapes. And it was really, really, really well done. Like, there are some of those puzzle games that I played in last year's bundle that had were a bit too easy, or that didn't introduce many new mechanics, and this one was just well done. I was really surprised how much I liked it, even though I'm not the biggest fan of these coloring types of puzzles usually. This one, yeah, Vienna Automobile Society, that is such a cool game. Race cars in classic motorsport style. Each corner is a chance to outmaneuver the other drivers. Every straight, a flat-out drag race. Fast-paced strategies relies on your reflexes to pull off split-second maneuvers, feel your car's momentum, find the rhythm of the track, and drive like a racing driver. So at first sight, you might think this is just a racing game, and a short detour on that one. I mentioned that earlier with Guppy and with some other games, but I think what I really enjoy the most is when, especially indie games, pull me out of the expectation that I have that games need to be, or that genres of games need to be. And this one, let's wait for when it actually makes sense. Oh yeah, right here. So instead of being a racing game where you would direct your cars to like turn right, turn left, and just decide how you get around the corners, this is actually more of a tactical game where you are planning the route of your car. You're not actually steering it. You're planning where it goes, which in turn decides how you maneuver around your opponent and how you get around the corners and how you speed up. You see some small dots there that decide how the speed of your cars gets played out, and this is just such an incredibly unique and nice concept. It reminded me a bit of those Carrera tracks, but you can decide the track yourself. You build the track yourself on the fly in the game while trying to not crash into the others. This is just madness, and it also was very challenging to wrap my head around for the first 30 or 40 minutes. But once you do, it is incredibly unique and well worth having played it. I think the biggest issue was that it was only multiplayer. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem if you want to more single player challenges. But still, I still really would recommend checking it out for how unique it is. Silver Grapple is a fast-paced 2D platformer that lets you swing through the air at the speed of sound, explore an expansive underground laboratory buried and abandoned years after the mysterious accident just shut it down. Save whoever you can in your quest to escape, rocketing through the ruins with your silver grappling hook. Another action platformer, not focused on jumping, but instead on the grappling hook that you can use to propel yourself through the levels. And it's not only satisfying to pull off these moves, I was actually highly surprised with what type of ideas and level structure and level design they could actually do with that concept, even though it's just that one hook. That was incredibly satisfying, and also it becomes very changing relatively soon. Like after I think 1 or 2 hours, you will probably have found the first challenge that will need you to retry it a few times. But incredibly satisfying and well worth the usual asking price for it. Future Grind. Nail the perfect line in the future's most challenging stunt sport. Grab your bike and hit the rails in Future Grind, a stylish stunt platformer all about tricks, skill, speed.
Hey, I'm Ada, your new sponsor rep. Oh, careful. Don't
Might
touch
not
the
be
wrong colors. Look, I know
might not
this
be
is hard,
immediately visible,
but at first,
but
just
basically
try to survive.
the colors of your wheels decide what area they can touch, and you need to jump and turn in the right way so that you will always grind getting points and avoid touching with the wrong color so that you actually lose the
I need
level.
your help. Something's not right here.
At first it feels incredibly difficult and also a bit unfair to actually get this going.
I need you to
But I think I played this for like 2 or 3 hours straight the first time I played it. And once those level elements start blending into your subconscious and they actually know how to turn and twist in the right way, that game became insanely satisfying. Super Win the Game, a classic. Throw on your nostalgia goggles and travel back in time with Super Win the Game, a retro core explosion of exploration and platforming action. I think I might be might have a bit of nostalgia for that game because I really enjoyed it when I played it back then. When let's say when indie games also were a bit more simple. It's a action platformer where you also explore a world, you get to know some characters, but mostly it's just figuring out where you get new ways to traverse the island, how to explore it, how to get around, and to, of course, survive these dungeons. I still think it's really adorable because of how sincere and how straightforward it is, but I can see how some people might find it a bit too simple nowadays. Really loved it though. So if you like my recommendations and you haven't played that, that's a good one. Windowsill is a point-and-click and drag puzzle toy in which you guide a toy car through 10 miniature worlds. Windowsill, if you haven't played it, it's also a classic. It's also relatively old by now. Is basically a collection of panoramas where you need to click on elements, which also sometimes can be a bit random because of how you don't know how these interact with you. So you just need to click in the right order to activate the level elements and then find the exit of each world. Sounds simple, is relatively simple, but it's also, like all the other Vectorpod games, also incredibly adorable. So they just put you in a good mood. And it's a classic, so it got a point up from me for that. Democratic Socialism Simulator. The Democratic Socialism Simulator lets you play as the first socialist president of the United States. Can you redistribute power and wealth while addressing the climate crisis? Enact radical reforms, tax the rich, transform the economy, tackle the most pressing issues without alienating voters or bankrupting the government. But beware, the ruling class won't give up its power easily.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
So you might know these type of games that give you left and right swiping decisions. And this one does that for government decisions. And what I really found intriguing about this one is how it basically teaches you how hard it is, or how many different people there are that you need to have in a society and still get along with them. Like, some people will want more progressive reforms. Other people will want a more conservative side of things. And of course, the game is skewed in a way that there is like a utopia possible that you can play out and that you can reach. But I think it really makes it clear how difficult and how divided we can be on certain topics, and then gives you a happy note at the end that it's actually possible to get them all together. Botolo is a beautiful new multiplayer game from The Floor is Jelly creator Ian Snyder. Fast-paced mind-reading competition, a dance inside the negative space between your opponent's thoughts. Another mainly multiplayer game. I think there was also some single-player modes against the AI. But the main draw of this game is how it basically is a knife fight in a telephone booth. Like, you have a very simple mechanic of positioning yourself in that area, trying to get strength, trying to keep your shield up, and then damaging your opponent. And I find it incredibly interesting how some of those games, like Botolo, are taking this beat 'em up concept of waiting for the right move, exploring what your opponent is doing, and then just outmaneuvering him and putting them in a different context. And this game does that incredibly well. So as a multiplayer game, pretty amazing. Also, you wouldn't guess that without playing it, but it's also pretty challenging and has a super high skill ceiling. Crescent Loom. Liked the cell stage of Spore, but want more depth. Got merrily lost in the graphical programming puzzles of Spacecam. Love the "can I manage to build this" creativity of Kerbal Space Program? Then this is for you. Crescent Loom is pretty darn special. I have not yet grasped the entire magnitude that this game is actually going for. and I tried a good bit of time to get used to it. But you're basically building organisms with muscles, with bone structures, with weapons, with jaws and mouth, and try to get them to behave in a way that would let them survive in the environment with other animals. Like you can see here that there are neurons that you are setting up to its movement system. This game is insane. It is absolutely bananas of how deep this rabbit hole goes and what you are able to accomplish with it. And that also makes it incredibly challenging. That I frankly still, like, whenever I started it up again, I still needed to wrap my head around how this needs to be set up for like 30 minutes. But super damn cool and very worth if you actually like the more complex side of things and if evolution and biology is your thing. Gnog. Gnog is a playful puzzle game about exploring monstrous virtual toys. Press, pull, slide, grab, click, and rotate every Gnog head to uncover its secrets. Similar to Windowsill that I was talking about earlier, you have these puzzle environments that you need to unlock and find the solutions to in the right order to finish the levels. Windowsill did feel a bit simpler though. I mean, this game also came out like 10 years later. If you enjoy these visual puzzle games, this one was really, really good. And I actually forgot the solutions to the levels now that I'm seeing the levels again. So that's neat. Could maybe replay that again. Succubond. That was so weird seeing Succubond in this bundle. What's that from? What's the developer's name? Dragneck and Friends. I have played this game like what feels like a million years ago. It came out apparently in 2013. And I am technically not the biggest fan of all the different Sokoban versions that are out there because Sokoban still usually ends up feeling very similar in its design ideas. But over the last few years, there were some games that managed to get me excited about Sokoban again. That can happen. That is a thing. And Sokoban basically has this chemistry idea where you have the free electrons. Was it electrons? Not entirely sure. That you can use to figure out which elements to combine with each other. And the way that you move and position yourself through the level will then also decide where you might get stuck or how you can move because your atom gets bigger, and so you need to plan that out. And that was super, super satisfying when I played this back then. And it's super neat to see that again. Like I haven't thought about this game in 8 years. We are nostalgic about indie games now. Long Gone Days. This is a special one. It's a 2D modern-day military RPG set in our current times with a focus on language and cultural barriers inspired by classic dystopian literature and visual novels. If you haven't seen Long Gone Days yet, or if you haven't seen anyone raving about it yet, this one is good. Really, really, really darn good. It does remind me a little that some indie trailers really do need to speed up a little. But basically, Long Gone Days is a role-playing game, like a super classic role-playing game with stats, with battle mechanics that, you know, a turn-based system where you choose how to attack with items. But on top of that, like, you haven't even seen the role-playing combat yet. But on top of that, the game also is a very difficult and deep insight and look at how the military is shaping the world and how armies decide how we view society overall, and the personal stories that come from this and the questions that these soldiers are exploring in that game. And it has a fantastic art style, so this is easily one of the highlights of any bundle it is in, and everyone should absolutely play this. I believe there was no... the game never showed you its main mechanic in the trailer. But yeah, really, really good one. Vector 2089. If I today, at one point, am feeling the urge to play a game and not care about anything else, it might be this one. Do we have a description? No description. Let's just go to the trailer. So this is a pretty standard, technically standard top-down racing game, like Wipeout / Micro Machines style. The thing is, though, that this might be one of my favorite games, maybe even overall completely my favorite game from last year's bundle, because it is incredibly rare to see one of those games, like even one of the bigger games, to nail the movement mechanics as well as this one did. And the way how you slide and learn to maneuver around the corners, and there's also a challenge mode against like playing with other opponents. And this one was just like, seriously, it took me aback by how well this game plays. For a high school and racing game, this is pretty much top-notch, the best thing I've played in years. Great game, great game. Good game, good game. Switch and shoot. One button. Piloting an advanced starfighter with just one button is simple. You switch and you shoot. Every shot fired changes your direction, and mastering this is the key to becoming a legend among the stars. Timing is everything. This game is already relatively well known. If you haven't encountered it yet, you basically only change the direction of moving left and right by pressing the same button. And every time you press the button, you also shoot. So you need to balance shooting your opponents and maneuvering how you actually need to be to shoot. It's a super simple concept, but it's also incredibly addicting. It's snappy, it's quick, it's rewarding to pull off, especially once you have the rhythm down of how the left and right movement affects your shooting behavior. Good stuff. Good game. Anodune. I never figured out how to pronounce this game. Explore the wondrous dream world of the human young. Anodune is a unique Zelda-like game influenced by games such as Humaniki and Link's Awakening. In Anodune, you will visit areas urban, natural, and bizarre, fighting your way through the dungeons and areas in Young's subconscious. So, Anno Dune is one of the 2 Zelda games that I know from last year's bundle that completely, like, that take that Zelda idea and put their incredibly unique, mysterious spin on it, playing with what the genre should be and how you think these games progress in theme and mechanics. If you enjoy Zelda games, you absolutely need to check this out. Let's take a look how the bundle is coming along. We are now at almost 160,000. Very nice, coming along. Milkmaid of the Milky Way. Milkmaid of the Milky Way is an award-winning point-and-click adventure game in rhyme that combines an exciting story with puzzles and exploration. What happens when a young milkmaid sees an alien craft in a fjord in 1920s Norway? So, Milkmaid of the Milky Way surprised me a lot. I'm not sure if you watching might have the same experience that I did, but I haven't in the last few years played many adventure games, classic point-and-click adventure games that gave me that sense of wonder and exploration that the adventure games in the 90s did. And Milkmaid of the Milky Way is one of those very rare exceptions. Like it starts very simple in the beginning, where you just exploring your farm and learning how the life of that milkmaid is coming along. But that is probably my favorite adventure game that I played in the last 2 years, which I did not expect. Very good one. Anno Dune 2 is on my to-do list at some point. Like, I think I would get earlier to it if I wouldn't have 2,000 games from certain bundles to go through. But I'm really looking forward to it, and if it got any crazier than the first one already was. Be Glitched is a game about insecurity in our computers and ourselves. In a pastel world of networks where nobody truly knows what they are doing, hacking is a magical art, and the notorious Glitch Witch is the most premium arch-magi of the net. Ah, that was mean. Is it actually a trailer? Yeah. Going with what I said earlier about games that try something new, Be Glitched is one of those games that feels too rare these days, that actually makes you wonder what you're actually playing and how it works. Like, technically it's a match 3 style game, but with that base concept, it has some incredibly unique ideas that I haven't seen anywhere else, and really made me rethink how these type of games can be played. Plus, it also has these super cool visual world genre theme on top, like where I'm not sure if I can find here, like you're basically hacking into something, and you have these files that you get sent and that you unlock. And I really love that theme of these games if that is done well. But yeah, the puzzle game, if you enjoy takes on match 3, good stuff. Also, I noticed my voice getting dry. I'm trying to wet it the whole time, but I think I will run out of tea sooner than I thought I would. Silicon Zeros, the makers of Manufactoria, return with a new open-ended puzzle game. Okay. You might know from my impressions and from my reviews that I really like challenging puzzle games. And one of the most challenging semi-abstract games are these programming type games. And same thing goes on here, like you are setting up the PC to calculate the numbers that you need to get in the end. And this one broke my head very quickly. Like the type of calculations that you need to figure out how to do with, like, let's see if I can, is there a bigger one? The type of calculations you need to do with different setups and sending them through different storage spaces gets incredibly challenging very quickly. But if this is what you enjoy, then Silicon Zeros is one of the best games that you can grab. Luna. A bird's peaceful summer slumber is disturbed by the majestic call of a mysterious owl. Enticed to swallow the last piece of the waning moon, bird is blown far from its golden gate home. It is hard for me to explain why I like this game as much as I did, because it is relatively simple. Like, you have also small panoramas like in other games that I mentioned before, and you try to interact with the environment to finish the levels basically. But especially in VR, I imagine this must be amazing. Even without VR, it was just so pleasant to explore the interactive elements, and it made me feel so incredibly warm and fuzzy playing it. I think that's a big part of the presentation and the sound sphere that you built here. I really enjoyed this one. Yeah, I would have loved to check that out in VR. Oh geez, oh no, my rabbits are gone. A scary noise in the night has spooked your poor rabbits, and now all 100 of them have scattered across the valley. Run, climb, jump, and call out commands to your darling bunnies to bring them home to safety in this short and sweet puzzle platformer. But make sure to be home before dark. If you do know the Apes Odyssey games, then you know exactly what to expect here. You, instead of the aliens in Apes Odyssey, you need to collect and save the rabbits. I'm not sure I ever played an Apes Odyssey style game other than the original games that was as well done as this one. They had an incredibly, they had some incredibly cool ideas with its mechanics and with how you command the rabbits to lead them to safety. and also evoked that sense of mystery in the Apes games that you sometimes needed to figure out how to progress. This was probably one of my biggest surprises of the racial justice bundle that I played, just because of how deep this game goes with its mechanics and how unprepared I was to be able to play a game like this again. We are now at 4.5 out of 5. City glitch. Fly to haunted cities, land on rooftop puzzles, click to move across tiles. Bewitch cats, dodge arrows, avoid city spooks, and dark things that skitter. Touch runes to illuminate them, light them all to complete the ritual, and release the glitch. This is another one of those games that probably gets overlooked because of how simple it looks. And I will guarantee that most people I talk to online have never tried playing this game because of it's just a 5x5 grid and looks relatively simple. This game is good, like seriously good. Like we are now in the area where all of the games are seriously good. So I'm just gonna probably say that about every game that I'm gonna talk about now. But especially in this case where you might not think that, you basically need to move your character around, and at the same time, the other elements in each level are also moving. And then by moving, you affect how the elements in each level interact with each other. And this is just, I think, especially because it's limited to the 5x5 grid, it is incredibly well done level design. Like, on the level of like Baba is You is crazy because of how insane the ideas get and how you interact with them. But the level design in Be Glitched is standout, top of the game puzzle game design. What do we have next? Sidewards. Let's check if the bundle is doing some things. 161,000. Very nice. Moving along. Sideworlds. Grab a cup of coffee and relax with Sideworlds. Sideworlds is part logic puzzle, part word game, all original. No timers, no penalties, no pressure. Just you and a good puzzle. All right. I forgot about this game. I completely forgot about it. This game is amazing. Like, as I said, I'm going to say that about every game now. But basically, I wanted to talk about the other mode again. Let me just go back a second. Basically, you have these letters, and with the letters, you decide which word you're going to make in the area that those letters interact with, that they cross over. And figuring out how you can fill that area with the letters provided to you was one of the best word puzzle games that I've ever played, even though it looks incredibly simple, but just because of how super rewarding it was to figure out how I can make big words with what I'm presented and to snug them all into each other. Very, very good. Lovely game. Makes me want to play it again. I don't think I'm pretty sure I haven't finished it. I will get back to this. Rising Dusk. An anti-coin collection platformer inspired by Japanese folktales. As the day shines the last of its golden light over the land, an eerie realm begins to form in the shadows. This spectral world is home to the yokai, an assortment of ghosts, ghouls, and demons that rise in the dusk and play through the night. To be completely honest, when I started this game, I disliked it immensely because its main mechanic, or one of its main mechanics, seems like a relatively cheap idea, like a one-trick pony kind of thing. You basically go through each level trying to avoid, like as you see in some of those videos, trying to avoid collecting the coins. And in the beginning that seems frustrating and seems counterintuitive, and you don't really know how the level design is possibly evolving in a way to make that idea lastingly, innovatively different and interesting. But they do. This game really pulls that off well, even though it seems a bit cheap in the beginning. Pulls that off well, and then you have also different level ideas that it will throw at you. Like you might, like in this case, for example, you might need certain amounts of coins to access certain areas. So you will start exploring the level and then trying to pre-plan how you can progress in a level, which gets it a bit of a puzzle design nature even. And it's also super adorable. Like just the animations and the art style. Great game. Give it a bit longer than just playing the first level though. Plunge. It's time to take the plunge. Enter the adventure of Billy, the billionth prisoner of a wacky medieval mega prison who longs to find freedom on the other side. Rather than try to climb her way out, Billy realizes the only way to freedom is to escape further into the depths below. Dodge, dash, and defeat a wide variety of guards, creatures, and otherworldly beings bent on preventing passage in this exciting turn-based dungeon plunger. Also, no trailers. That reminds me, especially, like, even if you have a relatively small game, you really should put a trailer on here. If one of you is an indie dev watching, being able to see trailers and see how those mechanics work out are so important, because people then understand what the game is actually like. Even if it's a simple trailer, just gameplay for 1 minute straight. So basically this is a semi-roguelike puzzle game where you need to position yourself and slide around the levels, trying to avoid your opponents, get stronger, get some items. And it really doesn't show well in the pictures, and it's really unfortunate that we don't have a video for this. But if you enjoy puzzle games, if you enjoy roguelikes, if you enjoy figuring out your best way to reach a goal, you should absolutely take a look at this and just be positively surprised by a little small gem that too many people have overlooked. Legend of Hand tells the story of a hero on an epic quest to find the mythical Grandmaster Hand, the one man who can restore peace to a troubled world. Inspired by adventure classics, Far East legends, and martial arts beat-em-up games of the 80s and 90s, this point-and-click adventure will take the player on a unique journey through magical lands. The art style looks bad, but this game has a ton of character. Like, of the 450 games that I played of last year's bundle, this is one of the games that had the most character, gave me the most impression of the culture and the ideas that it tries to convey, because of how much love and care and frankly how much content they put into this. It's really ridiculous. It's more or less a adventure game mixed with some RPG elements and some random small mini games. the amount of content and the amount of ideas that they put into this is insane. Like, I have no adequate words to describe this game to really prepare you for what it is doing. And I'm not joking. This is actually a really great game. I really, really enjoyed this, and this is probably one of the games that will stick the longest with me because of how much character it had. Cook Serve Delicious 2. Cook Serve Delicious 2 is the massive sequel to the surprise best-selling original, one of the few games that gives players complete control on how they want to build their restaurant.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Cook Serve Delicious is a series about running your restaurant, making the best food, keeping customers happy. Every time a customer comes in, you need to prepare the food. And there is not really a whole lot I can say about it other than the developer of the game did probably the best you can ever make with that concept in this game. I haven't played the third one yet. But yeah, if this idea of figuring out how to quickly make the food and run that restaurant sounds interesting to you, this is just a great game. Also, a quick reminder, itch.io solidarity stream. We are currently at 162,000 for the Palestine bundle. Things are moving up. I think we are currently moving at 30-40 minutes for 1,000. So we will not reach 500,000 today. At least not as long as I'm streaming, because I probably will fall over at one point. Still moving ahead. So do support the bundle if you haven't yet. All of these games on the bundle, they are all fantastic games. Mini Metro. In Mini Metro, you take on the task of designing the subway layout for a rapidly expanding city. Your city starts with 3 stations. There are routes between these stations to connect them with subway lines. Commuters travel along your lines to get around the city as fast as they can. Each station can only hold a handful of waiting commuters, so your subway network will need to be well designed to avoid delays. Is there no gameplay trailer? Yeah, this is not the best trailer in the world. Was there a different one? There wasn't. But basically, if you look at the GIF, you need to build subway stations based on the amount of travelers the game puts on these subway stations or on areas of the map. And the game starts incredibly simple, with you just needing to collect a few stations, and then you will have a train automatically running around the map. But then you need to add more routes. You need to be aware of how your trains are occupied, if they need more space, if they need more areas to exchange passengers with other train routes, and becomes increasingly more stressful. Like this one is a good example how this might look like in a bit of a more complex setting. The game is really good, really, really good. If you haven't played this, I highly recommend checking it out. But do be aware that even if it starts very relaxing and very simple in the beginning, these games always end with your trains crashing into another and your schedule failing horribly. So they are not the most relaxing thing in the world. But yeah, good game. Not the robots. Description. You are a robot in an office building. You have to eat furniture and not to get caught. A mysterious story unfolds.
The reporter came back.
This is one of the best stealth games that I have played in the last
Do we have any
few
idea
years.
where he went?
Like pure stealth games. Like, of course, there are some genres and some ideas of where stealth sort of plays into it. But this is entirely focused on you being deployed in a randomly generated level, and in that level you will need to figure out how the best way to get through it is without being caught, without being shot, and changing the level design and grabbing your everything that you can put in your pocket on the way out. If you enjoy stealth games, this is probably the most pure distillation of that I have seen in a long time. And just really damn good. I was also surprised by how well the random level generator actually works in this one. Like, the levels are all, I think they were all randomly generated. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they were. And they all seemed like just well-designed levels, each one of them. Ethereal is a profound experience where you have to find your way with an intricate and abstract series of levels using different kinds of mechanics that allows you to modify the environment or direction of your character movement. I mentioned that earlier, that I really enjoy games that do not present you with a set idea of the genre that we have played a million times already, but it give you a new concept, something new to explore. And this one falls into that. You are the dot, and all these platforms that are around you are walls that you need to navigate to get through the exit of these levels in progress. But what I really like about this is how it makes you explore even simple game ideas and simple game mechanics of its levels that you need to first figure out what they are and what they do and how they help you. And I don't think this sense of wonder, having a game that manages to give you this sense of wonder, is incredibly rare. So if you don't need to have a set idea and set rules that immediately tell you how you can play and finish a game, Ethereal is an amazing pickup. We talked about Bleed 1 earlier. I think that didn't have a trailer, so we now get one for 2. It's a relentless arcade action game featuring air dodging, bullet reflecting, and tons of bosses. Now includes the randomly generated endless mode too. Yeah, these games are just action platformers and madness personified. The first game was already very good, but the second one improves it on every level. Like, it just the action, the level design, the movement mechanics, the different ideas that they throw at you. Bleed 2 is just pretty much a damn near perfect sequel for this type of game. If you have never played this and you do enjoy action platformers, you have been missing out. So how many do we have left? Almost at the end for the 100 games that I played from the first bundle. And it only took us 3 hours or something. The floor's jelly. Who hasn't dreamt at some point of filling a pool full of jello and swimming in it? In some of us, that dream never died. Some of us kept dreaming, what if the whole street was jello? Or the continent, the world? The floor's jelly posits a universe made of jello, made of purely for one's own amusement. I am really surprised to see that this game wasn't more popular. Like, I played it when it came out, and because of how good it felt, how original it was at the time, and just how much of a interesting package it was as a game, it apparently never really took off, and I'm a bit surprised that it didn't get as much recognition as it should have. It's a platformer, as you can see, and focused on this whole jelly structure that you will need to use with good timing to actually solve the individual elements, and it's just super cute. It's also one of those games that will just make you enjoy navigating it, that will just make you enjoy figuring out how you progress. And the music by Disaster Piece is, as always, on spot. So, Nuclear Throne. Nuclear Throne is Flambear's latest action roguelike title. Not sure if it's the latest one still. Did they make a new one? Does anyone know if Flambert made some new games in the last 2-3 years? That spent their workdays trying to fight for the throne in a post-apocalyptic world. The radioactive waste in the world allows mutants to get ahead by mutating new limbs on the fly, and the abundant availability and powerful weaponry makes the quest to become the ruler of the Wasteland 1 fraught with peril. Okay, so this is an action roguelike, and admittedly one of the best classic action roguelikes that hopped around in that time frame. Crazy items, crazy weapons, cool progressions, very challenging and varied enemy designs. Just basically does everything you want to have these kinds to have, want these games to do, which is being challenging and varied and just intriguing. It's just a great game. Pico Niku, such an adorable game. Pico Niku is an absurdly wonderful puzzle exploration game that takes place in a strange but playful world where not everything is as happy as it seems. Help peculiar characters overcome struggles, uncover a deep state conspiracy, and start a fun little revolution in this delightful dystopian adventure. I think I'm running out of tea soon. And I'm running out of voice soon. Gameplay? Pico Niku is a small platform adventure game where you try to figure out how you actually get to the other areas in the world, but it's also mostly about exploring the world itself. And it's just really hard to put into words what this game is doing because of how random it seems. Like, and sometimes you're just playing around with balls and trying to put them in nets, and other times you are on a crazy stealth mission trying to figure out how to get past very weird monsters. Super adorable though, and also has one of the best or one of the most surprising moments that I played in the games last year. So this one is, I think, Destructivator 2 is the odd one out that probably the least people actually have on their radar. And to be completely honest, I didn't either when I looked at it. The Destructivator returns take on the role of a tiny little super soldier decked out in lime green and blast an insta-melee your way to victory. unapologetically old school, forget the last 30 years ever happened, and take on vast armies of soldiers, robots, spaceships, cruel traps, mini-bosses, and bosses. As they said, this is a very old school type game, so it is incredibly challenging, but it is also one of the most satisfying games I have played in the last few years. Like, getting this right and getting the level design down, understanding how you need to navigate it and fight against the opponents was incredibly rewarding. Like, I'm not kidding when I'm saying that this is probably one of the best games that I've played in the last few years, despite it looking incredibly simple. But just the developers of this game knew what makes this type of game good and what makes these type of games incredibly fun to play. Like, heads off, seriously, this is an incredible effort how this game turned out, and I'm really looking forward to more games these guys are doing in the future. So welcome to all the new ones. If you haven't figured it out by now, there's a new Palestine Aid bundle going on itch.io where you can get 1,000 games for $5. Incredible value, incredible good cause. Check it out, link in the description below. On to the next game. Circa Infinity is a brain-melting circular platformer by Kenny Sun with a pulse-binding soundtrack by Jack and Jim Fay. That is a very minimalistic description of an incredibly good game, and I'm still the last comment on this after 5 months, which is a bit sad. Because we are now at the games that I like the most, I'm also going to say this about all of them, but this is probably one of, like, it might be my favorite puzzle platformer that action puzzle platformer that I ever played. The way this game balances its challenge and hypnotic structure of these circular movements and the enemies that they create, and how the game will try to throw you off with its visual clues, was just incredibly well done. I cannot overstate how good this game is, and how it also feels like an art exhibition. Like, from all the games that I played, this is definitely among my of the most interesting games that I also wanted to look at, just because of wanting to know how the game continues. And yeah, it's also just, I think we might have a storm upon us. It's also just a damn good game. Yeah, you really should check this out. If you don't mind a bit of challenge, Circa Infinity is insanely good. Signs of the Sojourner is a narrative deck-building game about connecting and communicating with others. It breaks away from typical card battlers by instead challenging you to understand different perspectives and navigating social situations. So during my studies, I had linguistics courses. So language is always a very precious concept to me and a very interesting topic in general. And I could talk about the mechanics of this game, but what I actually find really, really interesting is how the game is a deck building game that changes your own language, like the way that you communicate with others, based on your experiences that you had before. So if you get more of those triangle, more circle, more square cards into your deck, that will define if you are more aggressive, more friendly, more romantic, whatever, which in turn affects how the people in this game that you will meet talk to you. And I find it incredible, like seriously amazing, that a developer found a way to talk about language in that structure, that you see it as that type of background that makes you and how it affects the others around you. And I'm still really amazed that this idea works as well as it does. Also, game things that had different routes, quite a bit of content. It's can be a bit frustrating if you don't really know where you need to go sometimes. But the game idea is just amazing, seriously amazing. The stillness of the wind. One by one, everyone left the once bustling village for the city, everyone except Talma. Now approaching the end of her days, she maintains a simple, solitary way of life, surviving, subsisting, tending to her homestead and her goats. Develop your own personal routine as you care for your farm and your animals.
Dear Nana Talma,
I hope this letter finds you safe.
I regret how we've fallen out of touch.
I'm not entirely sure how
Always
to
been there for me.
describe this game
Reading
and
to
how
me
to
every
tell
night when I
you
was little.
what makes it so
I'm
special.
amazed how you keep the farm running on your own.
But basically, it is an experiential, also focused on experience, short story game about an old woman living on a farm
Started
and
losing pieces of
living her life while pondering the life that has been
the intent.
that she has lived.
I want
And there are many of those games that focus on these individual experiences and give you
when did
the
birds
idea
fly
of what
away?
that character has gone through. But what this game does incredibly well is not only giving you that experience, but also adding some gameplay mechanics that really, like smaller gameplay mechanics, like the farming thing and tending to the chicken, that really get you into the mindset of what that person feels like in that moment. And I applaud it highly for having done that and for having one of the most influential, like, I will remember this game. This game will stay with me for a long time because of what it did. And Minute, which at this point when I made that list was my highest ranked one, is a peculiar little adventure played 60 seconds at a time. Journey outside the comfort of your home. To help unusual folk uncover countless secrets and overcome dangerous foes, all in hopes of lifting a rather unfortunate curse that ends each day after just 1 minute. If you know Majora's Mask, then you basically know what this game is doing, just on a very small scale. You have an island to explore, which with a gameplay mechanic that is very reminiscent of the Zelda games. And after 60 seconds, you die and your day starts again. But in those 60 seconds, you can figure out certain aspect of the world. You can prepare the next run. You can figure out, you can get some items or unlock some things that might help you for the next playthroughs. And the playfulness and the variety and the ideas that this game throws at you with that concept are frankly so amazing that I would consider this game must play for anyone who enjoys indie games. All right, that was only like 3 hours for 100 games. All right, so basically the idea was to go through the recommended games that I already played that are also in the Palestinian Aid bundle. And we finished that now. I'm congratulating myself a little here for that, but I think my voice is gonna hate me after a bit. The next idea would be to go through the games that I haven't looked at yet from the Palestine Aid bundle. I probably will not be able to go through all of them because that does take a bit longer to do that for 900 games. But I just take a look, and if you are curious enough to take a look with me and comment on them and see what games might be up your alley or what games might be things that we should probably take a look at soon to tell people, hey, there are some more amazing games in here, then please do share, keep sharing the screen with me, and let's take a look what we find. I haven't played Lila and the Shadows of War yet, but it's actually the game that the bundle is built around. So I was really curious, and I will definitely play that as one of the first games once I'm done with the streaming. When you live in a war zone and death is hunting everyone, things will look different and choices become harder. Face your fate in an unjust war to survive with your family from the shadows of war. I believe this was based. Yeah, here. I have chosen to share those feelings in the game to deliver a message of how we are living as Palestinians under the situation. It's not just a game, it's a case and call for help. So it seems a bit like puzzle platformer. But yeah, the theme is probably gonna hit real hard with everything going on. I'm gonna watch this trailer to the end, mainly because it's also the cause of the bundle. But I'm very curious how this is gonna turn out and if it's what stories it tries to tell. Yeah, really curious. Gonna check that out directly after I finish the stream, probably. If I can still keep my eyes open. Okay, Magical Console Warriors. It's just... That is not a game. Oh yeah, another fun thing, because I haven't played these games yet. Some of those games don't really have trailers, so I might just take a look at the quick play options. What are we? We are about to reach our destination. It's been a long and tiring day. We can't wait to get home and finish it. But something so simple can get unexpectedly complicated. Solve the mystery surrounding this train on one of the strangest public transport trips you've ever experienced. So this does seem like a bit of a adventure game. I really like the mood. I'd love to have a nice conversation with a stranger on a train. It'd be so bohemian. Yeah, I love the mood. I don't want to spend too much time on a single game right now during the stream. But I really like the idea of giving that character a slice of the experience of the people around him. Definitely going to check that out later. What else do we have? Dragons of Terrania adventure module. That sounds like pen and paper. A teenager angry with the world, a list of tasks. Accompany him on what seems like a totally normal day, visit different beautiful and colorful scenarios, solve puzzles, and meet his picturesque family. Oh wait, we have a trailer? We have a trailer. We have a trailer. Let's check the trailer. Come on. Why is this not working? I really like the art style. I don't think there's too many games with that comic art style. It's adorable. That is adorable. Very nice. It was like a relaxing game, but wouldn't be surprised if there's something deeper and darker waiting at the end. A gambling RPG about blackjack. The game is blackjack, but not as you know it. The wager is your life, but you do not plan to lose it. Experience a twist on both a classic card game and a classic novel. So we are playing blackjack. All right, it seems to have more modifiers, different, basically items changing the game. Might be in the mood for that at one point. I really like when, what was it? The poker night at the table. I really like when people take these simple card games and they try to put them in a framework that gives it a character and a story. I'm curious if the game goes for that at one point. All right, what do we have? Wonderland Nights, White Rabbit's Diary. Excellence in narrative. The 4 nations of Wonderland meet every year to agree on shared policies and enact their various schemes against each other. There are personal vendettas to resolve and enchantments hidden everywhere. And did someone mention the dreaded Alice? You are the White Rabbit, and your job is to organize the schedule for the annual summit. Every decision you make affects the destiny of Wonderland.
Well, Rabbit, it is
that sounds like a lot of craziness.
The first day of the summit, and you have a busy day ahead of you.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I must alert you. Someone has stolen the strawberry tart from my breakfast today.
Oh dear.
I have reported this to the palace guard. So
seems very much in line with Alice in Wonderland.
Of the culprit.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now,
Well, it did seem like a strategy game, or is it mostly visual novel?
Everyone's personal
look at my schedule and codex. I just need to drag 2 people into each activity, then decide.
I see. So it's basically one of those games where
Right-clicking a person's portrait, I can view this.
where you are balancing the time.
If I want, I can use the simple menu style for scheduling, where I can view the results.
The time to decide how the game continues.
In this version of the schedule, I can use the page up button.
I really like the art style and the idea it's going for, but I would love to see more what effect the game mechanics have.
I should just check in on all the activities and make sure everything is going well.
I suppose I'll play.
I utterly despise.
Well, I am very curious how the game uses that, but considering it did get an award for it, I am definitely going to check it out. How interactive that ended up being. Neon Baller 0.1 is a continuation of an experiment in physics-based 3D platforming with improvements to audio, visual, and controls. Okay. Marble Madness. I'm not sure about you guys, guys and girls, but it was always hard for me to play these type of marble games for too long because they always seemed to revolve around the same ideas on every level. It looks to be that. So neat. If people are interested in that. Wait, print and play, not required. Oh, hoo-ha. I also played this one actually. Game of Tranquility through the art of matching pieces of Ruha in her world of dreams. Visit surrealist landscapes, decorate yourself in flowers, and introspect. A calming, minimal experience with juicy interactions and cool color combinations to make you feel at ease. Yeah, so I actually did end up playing this. And I really like the art style and the soothing nature it's going for. But the puzzle mechanics seemed a bit too simple, that it was never really that engaging to solve, I suppose, if that makes any sense. It's adorable and relaxing though. So definitely has its place. It's been a while since I went for a walk. Don't have a trailer. Ah, cool. But there's one of those games again that doesn't give you anything to start with. And you don't really know what to expect. Which I really like. Also reminds me of the Kishoten Ketsu game earlier, which is just short. Might actually be from the same developer, because it looks incredibly similar in style and idea. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play this one. Gonna give that some more time later on. Neat, neat, neat. I like these. That's my type of game that probably no one else likes. When it's safe again, a cozy love letter dedicated to a life post-lockdown. A game I made for my non-binary girlfriend for Valentine's Day 2021. It's a love letter to our life post-lockdown together. We met and fell in love during quarantine, and one of the things that kept us going throughout the pandemic is knowing we can someday do all things together when it's safe again. It's so lovely to hear that people, like, we all had some positive experiences, even though during the lockdown probably the negative ones were overshadowing the positive ones a bit. It's so lovely to hear when people are still able to focus on what they did enjoy. Yeah, this is one of those very personal, smaller games that really puts you into the space and mindset of the people creating it. I definitely want to give this more attention and more time later when I can actually focus on it. It's probably something really heartwarming. Walking the Future. This is an... Wait, no, that's not a game. Seems like, yeah, that's a print and play. Spooky Station. I don't think I had that in my list earlier, but I also actually played this one already. It's a game pack filled with 9 ghostly games of all types, from an arena brawler to a roguelike, from a text adventure to short shoot 'em up, and even a Game Boy game. This bundle is certain to spook your socks off. And it has the game collection Sickness, which there's always 1 or 2 games that are working well as a concept, but they are all relatively short, so that they are not as well realized as they could be for a full game. And I forgot which one it was here. I think it was the top-down twin-stick shooter that was actually pretty decent. But the rest of the games, yeah, this one I believe it was. But the rest of the games were all relatively lackluster and made really felt like they weren't finished or enough as a concept. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. This loose retelling was done with themes of diaspora, intergenerational trauma, and gender in mind. I think I bit off a bit more than I could chew, but I hope it's still at least enjoyable to play through. It tells the story of how something, a revered water dragon king and a beautiful descendant of mountain fairies, fell in love and gave birth to the first 100 Vietnamese people. That is adorable. I'm really liking that people... Like, it all seems very similar to... Is this all from the same creator? I need to look that up for a second. Lintropy? It's the other minimalistic ones as well. Very nice. I'm very much looking forward to looking at all of these, because they seem very personal and emotional experiences that I will definitely give the time to that they deserve. And thank you for making these games. Very nice. Glittermitten Grove we had. Blackjack Math. Tease your brain in this number logic game where all answers are 21, because we're talking about blackjack. Swap the cards, make the math, repeat. That's all you need in order to complete this game. What are we doing? I just blanked out apparently. Wait, because they take cards away from a... Oh, I see. They only switch around the cards to make the calculations work. Simple enough. Karago, this game, you are a small frog with a really big tongue and you somehow got caught up in an even bigger mess. Stick your slimy tongue to fling yourself through danger and save the day in this adventurous and challenging frog-based 2D platformer. That looks amazing. Has anyone played this game already? I think I read the name. I think I read the name before. Yeah, that looks really good. Reminds me a bit of Cave Story. Wouldn't surprise me if it's inspired by it. Yeah, it looks really good. Looking forward to this one. Out of the list of 10, it's my favorite one so far. And let's take a look at the bundle. The bundle is currently at 167,000. All right, continue. KFB Fruit Picker. That looks like pen and paper. Double Jump 2. The first game by Gang Gaming Limited is a platformer where you double the number of jumps you have after completing areas. Find entrances to levels and complete all 8 to finish the game. Can't really imagine how this works out yet, but it sounds a bit like a different take on the standard platforming genre. Super Mutant Slayers is a co-op monster-slaying RPG light with a dash of competition thrown in. It takes gameplay elements from popular video game series like Monster Hunter, Phantasy Star Online, Destiny, Pokemon, and turns them into quick and easy-to-play card-based tabletop experience. Oh wait, I should have... No, what is this? Is this a... looks like a board game simulator. Is this print? No, wait, what is this? I can't tell if it's a printout game or an actual game. Gonna check that out later once I go through the whole bundle. Hack FPS is a first-person shooter. Obviously, your objective is to hack enemies and use their abilities to get to the end of the level. Seems a bit simple. But some of those simple FPF games have been rather surprising before. I'm not the most excited. Spirit Cleaning is an action visual novel hybrid game where you play as the cleaner, a spring cleaner visiting a residential house in the suburbs. What are we doing? This does feel more like a horror game than... I have no idea what we're doing. Oh wait, that's a full playthrough. Okay. Yeah, I can see what this is doing. Okay, I'm definitely gonna check it out and see if where they are going with the story, because it seems like they have some mystery crime thing going on there. Techstream, the playful text editor. Text editor feels like a game. Can't do anything here. No trailer. All right, next one. 0 Hour. No trailer. I do wonder how itch is actually sorting these games in these bundles. Like, I was thinking that it was popularity because some of the games that were also the biggest games were pretty in the beginning of the racial justice bundle list, but that doesn't seem to be always the case. Underhero is in. Very nice. I also played that one. Underhero is a 2D side-scroller RPG adventure with turn-based combat without the turns. Precisely timed actions are your most powerful weapons. It tells an intriguing and mysterious story full of silly characters brimming with personality, quirky dialogue, and lots of weird humor. So if you, what was it called? If you played the Paper Mario games, then you know exactly what to expect from the combat. And the game also throws in some very cool enemy designs and ideas for how its story progresses. I really enjoyed it. It's weird, it's certainly weird. But it's also deep enough with its gameplay mechanics that you definitely will want to keep exploring what the game offers. Good game. Weird, very weird, but good game. Blobbins. Oh yeah, I played that. So this one is sort of a twin-stick shooter, but with weird small blobs. There isn't actually a whole lot going on. You just collect the small blobs that are coming to you to be rescued, and you are trying to avoid the big ones. Pretty simple overall. Lesbian Mothman Hunters. A short visual novel made in around a month for Cryptid Jam. Guide the skeptical Charlie through a night in her local woods, helping her cute friend Mia search for the infamous Mothman or possibly the less infamous Owlman. Mia insists that the difference is academic. No trailer. I did find a few visual novels in the old bundle that I really enjoyed. So I am wondering how many new visual novels are in that bundle with different ideas, because I think I liked them most when they tried to come up with an interesting mechanic that doesn't play as exactly as all the others. Monster Manifest is pen and paper. Cat Ace is a small aerial combat arcade shooter. Ooh, that looks cool. I like this style. Seems to have some upgrades, some power-ups. I like it. I really like it. Probably gonna give that a whirl. Can never have too many good enough high score games. Page 2, but before we go to page 2, let's check $168,000 for the Palestine Aid bundle coming along. The Fall of Lazarus we had. Shower story. Content warning for menstruation, blood, body horror. 2 small routes, most likely would take 10 minutes checking it out. You're showering when you feel a gurgle just beneath your stomach. Groaning, you hurry up and finish soaping and rinsing. You turn off the shower and pull back the curtain, feeling along the wall to the towel rack. Even though there isn't much water in your eyes, you know this would be a lot easier if your eyesight wasn't shit. Come on, it's gotta be here somewhere. There it is. You yank the towel off the rack, trying to postpone the inevitable. I am curious where this is going, and I am really surprised why the interactive fiction genre seems to be relatively underrepresented in these type of bundles. I haven't seen many of these games being talked about lately, which is a bit unfortunate because I really like how they can build structure. So I will definitely give this a try later on. Running Askew is a small, lighthearted visual novel that tells the tale of someone who's running late for something big. Good thing it's a quick trip from point A to point B with no conflicts in between. What are we doing? Ah, wait. Oh my god.
But a pair of canine kibitzers named Herman and Hortense aren't in the least impressed. The king of English bulls almost loses his crown, while
oh my
Herman
god.
and Hortense stare their disapproval. Here's the best of show named Stockdale and Howe. Herman and Hortense think he's okay.
That is amazing. I wonder how much content that game actually has, because the ASCII art probably took most of the effort. I can't imagine the game is too long, considering how long that would take. Yeah, super neat. Looking forward to checking that out. Pen and paper. Pen and paper. Welcome to Maudlin's Quest, a match 3 narrative adventure made for ToeJam 13. Has been tasked with obtaining 3 key ingredients to the princess' upcoming coronation feast. Help Maudlin make decisions by matching 3 or more gems on the lower half of the screen and hopefully obtaining all ingredients. Match gems to change the outcome of the story and help me out. The center of the festivities will be a grand feast with delicacies from 3 corners of the kingdom. The responsibility to gather these luxuries has fallen to Lady Maudlin, High Knight of the realm. Are you ready, brave knight, for the task ahead? I am, your majesty. Are you sure? So, what's the mechanic? Just match 3? Oh, interesting. The way that you are collecting and combining the the elements will make you decide different ways how your character reacts So you're probably stuck in some situations where you would prefer having a certain reaction, but you can't because you can't get the required elements for it. Interesting. Cool. Will be cool to check how that plays out. Pen and paper. Tabletop. Intelligent design. I also played this one. A toy ecosystem with fully simulated genetics and evolution. Will you tinker with DNA or sit back, relax, and see if life finds a way? So I really enjoy simulation games, and especially games like this one where you are building an ecosystem that is interacting with each other. But this one was just a little bit too simple that you, no matter what you did, the effects that you would create don't really change it in an interesting way. Like, of course, you would get more trees, you would get some more of those bubbles that are lying around and some more of the other structures over time, but they never really felt like having a point or being interesting to play with. It was a bit unfortunate. Cycle 28. So many games I already played that I forgot to put in the list, apparently. Cycle 28 is a classic arcade space combat game where you have 6 minutes to beat your high score. Simple controls, powerful upgrades, and intense stock fights. Perfect for when you just need to switch off and shoot something. Cycle 28 is at its core relatively simple. Like, you have that one ship, you fly around, you try to avoid taking damage, and you try to shoot as many of your opponents to push up your high score in those 6 minutes. But what I really enjoyed was the narrative structure that they tried to go for with their cycles and with how you learn more about what's going on behind just that base game mechanic. And it certainly did help that the shooting mechanics were incredibly rewarding. It doesn't play as most shoot 'em ups do, because you need to be very careful how you approach it, and sometimes I was just really just skirting by the outer rims to just snipe the enemies from afar. But it was really interesting. Really liked it. Good one. Bob the Burp. Meet Bob. Bob will give compliments. Yeah, so this is... Every burp's a critic. Bob digs you. Bob digs you. I think I tried it already earlier. There's not a whole lot going on, but I mean, some positive words are always appreciated. Nope. Alone in the Grey is an adventure puzzle game where the player must escape from a UFO they have mysteriously awoken in. Uncover clues and solve puzzles to escape and find the reason for your capture. Hack terminals and find batteries to obtain freedom. Video is obtainable. That is not helpful. Is it directly on YouTube? It's not on YouTube. All right. No Alone in the Grey for us. Also, the title seems surprisingly apt. Releveler is a traditional platformer where every level's end is also a new beginning, best played with a controller. Every game that is best played with a controller should at first be played with a keyboard. Let's give this a try. Can I make this in... Ooh, momentum based. Oh boy. I can already tell that we might not get best friends. The movement mechanics are also a tad floaty, so it's really hard to judge. I swear I'm not that bad at video games. I really like those games and I'm often in the mood for them. But something about the movement is really... It's really a bit annoying because probably it focuses so much on momentum, like you need to be quick to have enough speed to get over these challenges, but having that speed also makes it incredibly hard to actually stay with precise platforming. That is so hard. Oh god. Okay, so this one's gonna be the level that makes me look at the next games. Still cool though. Very cool. I often notice that I'm in the mood for these games when I start playing them. Magical Girls and Cat Cafes. Calico is a day-in-the-life community sim game where you are given an important and adorable task. Rebuild the town's cat cafe and fill it with cute, cuddly creatures. I already heard that there are many people actually super excited about playing this. I haven't actually heard about it before. So I'm very curious to check it out. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a trailer. Laser Knights we had, Micron. Another one that I already played. Micron is a unique fusion of puzzle and rhythm gameplay. Place pieces on the board to deflect bullets of energy that fire to the beat. Guide the bullets to the exit through 51 challenging levels and 12 bonus levels featuring a variety of distinctive soundscapes. This one is an incredibly satisfying puzzle game. It is simple in that you have these little bursts of energy that you only need to guide around and then guide them to the eventual goal post. But the way that the game adds to that with the sound that you make, like because every element that you put in will also change how will change the music basically. And that was incredibly satisfying. I really enjoyed playing this way back when I played it. Must have been a while ago already though. Can't remember when I played it. First published in 2015. Yeah, that one was really good though. Definitely recommend it. Super Luminauts is a local multiplayer spaceship shooter where your missiles leave trails in time. With the tight feel and control of an arcade shooter and the deep mechanics of no other, soon you'll be flying, thinking, and blowing up your friends like a true Super Luminaut.
I want you to look at the person to your left. Now look at the person to your right. By the end of this, all 3 of you will have exploded, subatomically. When you move at superluminal speeds, the laws of physics don't work like they used to. So if you bother to learn them, you can forget them. Now if you want to
Ah, damn, that looks amazing. I can't wait for having more possibilities to actually play these type of games with people again. Yeah, that looks really cool. Neat. Pen and paper. The Church in the Darkness. No one is forced to join a cult. It welcomes you, it understands you, it envelops you until the words become more than truth. They make you whole. In the late 1970s, the charismatic Isaac and Rebecca Walker led the collective justice mission. Labeled radicals and feeling prosecuted by the US government, they relocate their followers to the one place they believe they can create a socialist utopia, the jungles of South America. There they built Freedom Town. Oh, wrong button.
Everyone, come, join us.
We gather here today looking toward our future.
We built Freedom Town as our ideal socialist community.
This place was our escape from America, from racism, from corruption, from poverty.
Yeah, that story
Whatever
is
people
crazy.
may say of us, we know what is in our
I watched
hearts.
a documentary on it.
We are not a cult. We are revolutionaries.
Definitely makes for an interesting topic.
But now we know they are hunting us. They will keep sending their assassins until they have murdered each one of us.
We have armed ourselves to keep our people safe.
Not entirely sure what
But
the
against
genre
the
is,
great
though,
war
for the
machine,
game.
there is only so much we can do.
In a world run by monsters, we always knew this couldn't last forever.
The last shall be first, and the first last. For many be called.
I will definitely play this because I really want to know what type, like what they did with that theme, with that setting, because that usually works very well to explore some, let's say, more impactful themes of humanity. Pen and paper. 2001, A Space Felony. Is a murder mystery courtroom drama set aboard the USS Endowment, an interplanetary spacecraft that has lost communication with Earth.
Yes?
Mal, abort mission. Return to Earth.
Why?
Repeat, abort mission. Return to Earth.
I am sorry. The connection seems to be failing.
Mal,
I am going through a tunnel.
return to Earth.
Okay, I have no idea what's going on. And what type of game this is. But it nails the theme. Absolutely nails the theme that it tries to go for. Murder mystery is basically like an adventure game, maybe. With weird story bits. Yeah, super interesting. Super curious how that one turned out. II Captain is a game about crewing a ship on the high seas of the 1500s and the 1600s. You'll have to manage a crew, provide them with consistent booty, rum, and fight off the mutinies, all while pillaging vessels of royal navies, other pirates, and trading companies. Basically a ship combat. Ship combat / mini simulation thing. Could be good. It's interesting to see how, yeah, that's what I meant. There's a campaign structure around it, so it's going to be interesting to see how deep that rabbit hole goes. Once Upon a Crime in the West. I also played that one, and that one was crazy. Somewhere in the Old West, there lies a cabin full of corpses. If you had arrived moments sooner, you might have been one of them. It all started on Christmas Day when the old sheriff of Newtown was murdered. In the days that followed, several dangerous strangers would make their way to the Mountain Inn, an isolated shelter on the mountain path between Newtown and Old Town, and kill each other. So I remember this being relatively high profile when it released. And it's insane. It's just bananas. The idea, the theme, the story, the gameplay mechanics, everything about this game is crazy. Basically, you arrive at that cabin, notice that everyone died, and you are now going through a set of, I believe, 10 or 12 timelines, trying to piece together who killed whom, why they killed each other, and then try to build, like you can see here, try to build all of this into an exhaustive list of what happened. It's a very cool idea. It's a cool puzzle game. But the biggest issue this game has is that you can't save. Like, you really need to play this in one sitting, or else you will need to start all over again. And I do not appreciate that they hadn't included a save function, because it was really cool to get lost in that idea and that world and to explore what they did. And it was really peeving me out once I lost my progress from the first time and I just needed to restart it again. But it is really cool if you have some time. Walk around and paint on everything in an interactive paint block. A coloring book that you can walk around in. That looks nice. That's a cute little relaxing thing. Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate that once you go into the 3D setup that the colors are spacing out that much, but cool idea. Probably super relaxing. Harvest Island, who made that? Did he make any other? No. Okay, Harvest Island. In Harvest Island's beginnings, you will take on the role of Will, a curious boy who wants to explore the big island. What lies beyond it? Take the first journey as you help your younger sister, Samantha, learn how to give your harvest offering to the gods. Survival RPG thing. It does look amazingly nice. I love the character art style. It seems like I have a good sense of exploration. That looks really nice. Has anyone played this? Yeah, looking forward to that one. Let's quickly check what they said about genre. Did they... Crafting, exploration, farming. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to play this. Very nice. Harvest Island Beginnings on my radar. Anarcho-punk. Pen and paper. We are at the next page, so let's check how the bundle is doing. 171,000 for the Palestine Aid bundle. Very nice. For the few of you who haven't heard about it yet, there is a new itch.io bundle linked in the description for Palestinian Aid, giving money to food and medicine as charity for Palestine. And you also get 1,000 indie games that we are gonna see in the stream. So great cause, good games. Do check it out. Let's check for the next game that we can actually take a look at. 8 heroes, 1 spotlight, no morals. You all know what it means to be a true superhero, right? Huh? What's that? Rescuing citizens, having the strongest powers, baloney. Claim your righteous spot in the spotlight, deprive your competitors from all the attention, and thus prove yourself as the best, worthiest superhero to have ever flown. All right, I tried this already. It was multiplayer only. It had weird controls. I forgot the controls. But can't find a... Yeah, I can't remember. I can't really remember, but I think I tried this one already and it was okay, but it didn't really feel all too well. Didn't feel all too good. Solo tabletop. Challenging slider puzzle. Challenging slider puzzles like box inside a proper hole, only the brightest will succeed. This could be one of those cases again of a game that has some very interesting puzzle mechanics, but is not enough presentation-wise, which is really unfortunate. Yumi is a high school girl who struggled to cope with her past. Before, she was just another normal girl living happily together with her family. Now her family has fallen apart, and Yumi finds it difficult to stay motivated in her day-to-day life, crushed by a growing well of darkness, slowly consuming her from inside out. That sounds really good. Definitely one of those visual novels that I'm excited for, to see how they are going. Very nice. Solar Danmaku, Bullet Hell. Looking good, looking very bullet helly. I do wish I could get more used to actual bullet hells, but they always just completely obliterate me. Space escape obstacles. Take a pick from the many skins available. Try to avoid the obstacles and conquer all the levels. Oh, Lunar Lander. Yeah, Lunar Lander game. This one doesn't look a bit on the rough side of things, though. But sure. Dark Hope puzzle adventure. Game set in a steampunk world where electricity started and ended its existence with the light bulb. Towering clockwork puzzles and archaic symbols cover the halls. Strange rifts of light span the hallways. Something lurks in the dark. Your only hope to freedom is to find the truth about the strange abandoned lab. Ah, right. I was reading some impressions about this one. Basically a physics-based puzzle game that people seem to enjoy and have some interesting puzzle ideas. Looking forward to it. Very nice. All my exes are in mech suits. That is pen and paper, I believe. Light Borrower, coming of age ritual at the end of the world. Join Rebecca as she faces the cleansing, a coming of age ritual that will determine whether she joins the last survivors of the end of the world or is banished above ground. Solve light and shadow puzzles, rotating and sliding contraptions, piece by piece to find the hidden goal. I am not entirely sure how... I mean, it's obviously focused on light and shadow, but I'm not entirely sure what the goal of each of those puzzles was. But it does look interesting. I'm definitely in for puzzles with unique game mechanics. Very cool. Nice. Birds love dirt. Pen and paper. Help, the Heroes Enhancing Lives program. The Heroes Enhancing Lives program is now hiring for new talent. Are you a team player who works hard, can handle challenging situations, and questions the status quo? This fulfilling position is located at the peaceful hamlet where you can enjoy homely local cuisine or take a breather at the nearby forest path. I have no idea how we get that together with the description we just read, but what are we doing? Seems like so like an auto game semi-small simulation where you send the heroes off on their way to improve. Could be good depending on how deep the rabbit hole goes. Definitely has me curious at least. Burgerline, a rhythm-based... What? Come again. A rhythm-based burger assembly simulator. A rhythm... Try to say that. A rhythm-based burger assembly simulator. Lay the burgers and fast. You need to at least 3 stars to pass each level. The ingredients move to the baseline. All right. I already took a look at it as well. Yeah. Simple game. Not much to it. But I do enjoy my rhythm games, so... Good. Make more rhythm games, people. Revels in the Heavenly Hall. Seems... Can't make out if it's pen and paper or tabletop or if it's a game. It's a PDF, yeah, okay. Fern Cap. Ooh, that looks nice. A light exploration collection game. Explore an open world inexplicably filled with instructions for creating capsules that hold furniture. Aided by this newfound knowledge, help the local inhabitants with their various furniture-related needs and decorate your own home as well as any other part of the world as desired. Gives me some Dark Cloud mix with Animal Crossing vibes. Do we have a trailer? Oh, I really would love to see a trailer. Let's see if we can find a trailer. How is it called? Ferncap. see if we can find a trailer. We have some gameplay.
Verkaufe Produkte auf Facebook und Instagram, wenn du deine...
Nobody needs advertisement. Light exploration and then town building. Yeah, that looks adorable. I also really love the style of the environment that they went for. That one is neat. That one looks really, really good. So many challenges, mini tasks. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I also really like the somber atmosphere. Lovely, lovely, lovely. One more on my highlight list that I'm really looking forward to. Nice. Laser pedals, just a basic Pong game with lasers and power-ups and explosions and stuff like that. Play against the computer or against each other. For years, gamers worldwide have been demanding another Pong clone. Yeah. There are not enough Pong clones in the world. Not enough Pong clones. Seems relatively standard for a Pong clone though. Some power-ups. Sundogs, a transhumanist adventure. Sundogs is about exploring our inner solar system, altering your body and embracing death. In a future where humanity alters itself without a second thought, you must do the same. Skim along the sun's corona, float in the Venetian clouds, travel the Martian plains, and when your body dies, your mind will be given a new one and you will keep going. Okay, no matter how the game actually looks like, that is one of the coolest descriptions I have read today. I have no idea what we're doing. It's like a mini visual novel about things happening in space. Yeah, I have zero clue what is going on here, but I am very sure, and I can guarantee you that I will check this out very quickly. I love space-themed games, and this looks super unique. Very neat. On my to-do highlight list. Basil goes outside. Basil does not usually like to leave his house. He thought he went to his comfy, safe bed as usual last night. Why did he wake up in some dark cave in the middle of nowhere? Am I seeing... Ah, there. The controls are bit... Ah, no. Yeah, okay, you got me. I really am not too... I hope the rest of the game gets a bit brighter because I'm not too fond... I'm not too fond of how the game is to look at. I do have hopes that just getting up there into the light might maybe, just maybe, you might get to see what is in the light and how this game is actually looking, if this is just the entrance area. If, dear developer, if you're watching it, if this is trying to be just your intro to the game, hello, Longest Journey. You see me, you came into the perfect place, seeing me fail horribly, trying to figure out how this game looks like. Actually looks like, not in this tutorial entry chamber. Ah! Okay, perfect. Yeah, the jumping mechanics are a bit weird. I also noticed that already, that with the wall jumps. Oh boy. Okay. This game and I are not going to be immediate friends. I did make it, yeah. Oh wait, that was stupid. Don't let me start in the beginning. Oh god. Okay, so if you ever feel like you want to, punish me for something, guys, this game might be a contender. Okay. That is painful. Okay, we have clearly figured out that this game and I are not going to be friends, but seems good enough. Seems good if you enjoy this type of more challenging games. But I am not in the right mindset to do that right now. All right, now, what do we have? A simple fighting game with one attack. That does look simple. Reminds me a bit of what is it called? Nidhogg. Just super simple and but also probably not deep enough. But still, cool. Cool stuff. Yeah, it did look like it started harder than Celeste. Ease people into it, people. Ease people into your game. Oh wait, Vienna Automobile Society we already had. But for good measure, again, this is a great game. Donavasa, very hard platformer. We didn't have enough hard platformers yet. That I made in my spare time that I forgot to upload. And that is not a good description. Also no trailer. But the environment looks cool. Like, that is a neat way to use the art style. Popper's Garden is a little game about a little popper with popper-sized dreams, spending her days watching through the window as people dig holes in their gardens and hide things within, only for happy little greens to soon sprout in their place, until one day she decides that she wants to have fun outside too, with the help of a moo, make a garden of her own. Okay, we have found officially the first gardening sim where you are a dog. That is a cute idea for a game. I'm just wondering how much effect it actually has, because the levels do look rather similar no matter what they do here in the game. But yeah, could be good. Curious how that turned out. Wander the cosmos. You are on an observation mission to wander the cosmos, gather data in which you, the pilot of a spacecraft called the Discovery, have been sent on a mission by the Galactic Federation to gather data on any and all celestial objects you come across during your travels. Use the map below as a guide on your travels. Do we have a trailer? No trailer. Z is confirmed. Yes. Your mission is to wander the cosmos. We just read all that. Scan them and gather as much data. This data will be automatically be saved and sent to the Galactic Federation for analysis. There are 9 celestial objects that have yet to be scanned. Then return. Good luck. Okay, what do we have? Left, right. X. Enter. Okay. I think the game didn't tell me where I'm actually starting, right? Okay, so I'm just going into a random direction because scan doesn't do anything. Probably only for the objects, and so, oh yeah, wait there. So this is all we're doing, just checking the planets and walking around. Seems a bit simple. I was hoping a bit more input on the planets. Sure. Apparition. Apparition is the story of Heather and Eden, a displaced young adult taking refuge in an abandoned house and the ghost of its previous occupant. When their otherworldly bond is threatened, Heather must find a way to summon the love of her life from the beyond. It looks like it might get dark. Probably very visual novel heavy. Probably not much game maker. I need to download it. I can't even find the button to... Ah. Looks like it's pretty good at setting the atmosphere and mood. Yeah, I'm curious. And see how they do the summoning into the story. See. Good. Migrazione is tabletop. No, wait, it wasn't tabletop, but also had no trailer. Is Lupin still flirting? Master Thief Lupin III is always 2 steps ahead of his eternal nemesis, the ICPO's Inspector Zenigata, but occasionally Zenigata is lucky enough to slap a pair of cuffs onto Lupin, and today is one of those days. On the train ride over the Husgau, Lupin's time is dwindling, and it's time to cash in on Zenigata's biggest weakness, his long-standing crush on his eternal rival. Visual novel based on Lupin, I'll take it. Looks indeed very charming. Yep, curious. New Spirits. This is a game. Content warnings, potential flashing images, potential noise distortion, jump scares. I really appreciate when games put enough info in their store pages so that you can actually try to judge what type of game it is. Even if the developer wants to give a surprising gameplay experience, there are still ways to tell that to the player. It's always a bit unfortunate when it's completely missing. But I really like the atmosphere. Looking forward to that one. Tabletop. Cats Are Liquid. Okay, Cats Are Liquid. I have played this one. Cats Are Liquid, A Light in the Shadows is a 2D platformer about a cat with the ability to transform into liquid. There is no video, but basically it is very reminiscent of what was it called? A PSP game with the blobs they divide into many smaller blobs and then get together again. But basically it's just you're that bubble of water or that cat bubble, and you just try to squeeze through the individual level challenges. It's fine, it works. My biggest issue, aside from the level design, which seemed a bit uninspired, was that the game was also not particularly fun to play. Like, it was good, it was fine, but yeah, this is a good example. Like the way that this game looks and makes you presents you with ideas never was really appealing. Like, maybe at the end I only played for a bit, but definitely seemed like it was missing something. We've reached the next end of the page, so we are going to check how the bundle is doing. The bundle is currently situated at 175,000. Seems like things are speeding up a little. Stackstar. This game is a spiritual successor to Kirby Star Stacker. Enjoy the levels of great size or intense restriction. Chill with an endless mode or try to speedrun it. A relaxing game about the garden. Enjoy the sounds of the woods while using your bug friends to collect the flowers. Ah, nice. Nice, nice. Very cool. Yeah, that looks like the type of game that is going to be really, really fun to play and would deserve a lot more attention modes. Neat. Very cool. The world cannot have enough cool puzzle games. Cats Are Liquid. It's the other one. Parallax. Greetings, operator. You're here because you have agreed to operate a Parallax class robot for this mission. It's easy. It's simple. You need to get in, get to the core, and destroy it. Sounds easy enough, right? The layout of the ship changes, whether it's because of some sort of nanotechnology, hologram, or magic. It shouldn't be a problem for you. I also know the description again, what type of game it is. We can do this. All right. No. So this is a randomized shoot 'em up adventure. I mentioned it earlier with a different game, but it is really, really hard in these games to get the random structures to work well and to be actually interesting. Oh yeah, I should probably... Hello, cat. Yeah, so this seems like it has the basics down for the movement and the overall mechanics, but not enough for variety and depth for the gameplay. We get a different color. We get a different color theme though. Yeah, this is not gonna end up my favorite. Grumpy Librarian visual novel. You are the new assistant librarian at the library of the University of Esoteric and Occult Academia. Your task is to, in a helpful and friendly manner, keep customers from taking out the books by referring to the possibly cursed Book of Librarian Rules. I think I have cat hair everywhere. Oh, I see. So basically is a visual novel about those rules, and then you might need to remind the people of the rules of the book. Seems simple and straightforward enough. Fat Slice 2. Slap up shapes with your finger or mouse. Reach the goal size. Avoid bouncing balls, bombs, and impenetrable walls. Better your score. As achievements. Do I dare to enable Flash? I probably don't. All right, skip. Sorry. Ten games, each made in a week. Some were a bit of a bust, others were pretty rad. These games are simple prototypes, proof of concepts, or unfinished works. These bundles serves as a bit of time capsule for me, but also for the curious of those who might go on a similar journey. Yeah, as I said earlier, there's usually one game in these type of collections that is really worth finding and picking out. So I do believe him that there's a red game in there. Hard to judge though. Not the robots. We had already the door. The Door is an innovative escape room game with teleportation, story, and puzzles. As you go through a door, you encounter a beautiful landscape. You meet a confused but friendly robot. It joins you and helps you solve some puzzles that may lead you to the big exit in the sky. Looks pretty. Looks very pretty. I already want to play it, just based on the first 5 seconds of the trailer. Is that VR? That looks like VR. No? Doesn't say anything about VR. Yeah. This looks pretty neat. I really hope the puzzles are as interesting as the game makes it look. I'm a bit worried because of the wiggle jiggliness though. That still looks like VR and I can't find any info for it. But oh well, I will check that out and I do hope I can play it because it does look really interesting. Marchland is a strategy board game where players collect cards and compete to claim regions, connecting them to expand their territory and become the most powerful empire in the land. Players take turns to collect cards of various types and use them to claim regions, earning more points for claiming larger regions. Not entirely sure how the claiming process works, but it reminds me a bit of one of the board games in this cupboard that I can't remember the name of. Digital board game, always good. Curious to see if it holds up. Mending Wall. I reread this poem recently. It inspired a game. The intended experience is for 2 players to play on one keyboard. If you touch hands, it's okay. Good fences make good neighbors. You can also play by yourself. Can't really judge, but seems like a cooperative building type game. You need to make sure that the walls are all built and you just need to walk around to the right place so they don't break down. Ah yeah, that's the description. See. Tabletop Pixel Session Volume 1. I believe I played this as well. Yeah, I did. Pixel Session Volume 1 is a collection of 5 extra polished eye candy arcadey jam style games, exploring experimental and minimalist gameplay and graphics. So I do agree, the games all look incredibly nice and insane. Like the use of color and art style was a huge pleasure. I really enjoyed going through them. But as with all the other collections, they were also, some of them were better than others. I think the better ones were this one, which is just a reaction-based high score game, and this one, which was rather satisfying to pull off. But there's a game that has the same gameplay mechanic where you try to go around to opponents and then make as many points as possible. That is a bit more of a full fleshed out game. But still, there were some cool ideas in this one. I'm going to skip VR. Yeah, I'm going to skip VR. At least let's read the text. The patrons are hungry, so feed them. Hug food at their faces to graciously serve them in VR. So grab food, throw food, get points. Simple enough. Explorers. Explore an archipelago, encounter fellow explorers, and seduce and haggle with them to help you complete your map. There's no time constraint, no danger, there's no game over. Instead, this game proposes a calming experience of exploration and encounters. You can just stop playing when you feel satisfied. A gameplay session will usually last 15 to 30 minutes. Oh, I see. So actually, the game mechanic is actually about, the game goal is actually about filling that map with information from the other travelers who are also walking. That's cute. I mean, that looks at least like a game that would be cute for playthrough. Dedam is a 2D puzzle game with a simple premise. Both characters move and jump at the same time, but their homes are in different spots. As their home locations move and the world around them grows larger, the possibilities for brain-tickling puzzles become endless.
Ensemble, ils bougent. À part, ils vivent.
Yeah, I've played a few of games with a similar idea where you basically have two characters that you move at the same time. I probably played a bit too many of those to get excited about the mechanic until it offers something new again. So what you shoot we had, Putrid Shark is a game by Carly Besterman featuring an original chiptune soundtrack that is also very loud by Putrid Shark. Was a joke gone too far, made on a 3-week deadline. Oh, this is loud and painful. The sound that they are using is entirely unpleasant. I'm not entirely sure. Did it say what type of game it is? I do hope this game is not as loud for you as it is for me. So, small adventure game. Okay. Maybe there is a bit more to it, but people seem to like it. Story kind of had a pointless and preachy ending. Ah yeah, okay. I'm gonna check that out later and probably turn the volume way down. This is my first ever game and still a work in progress, so there may be will be some bugs, but the game should be mostly playable. Arkanoid, small little Arkanoid one. Roly Polo is a fast and fun sport video game for up to 4 players. It's available for Windows, Linux. Oh yeah, when did this game come out? This game came out in 2020 and has an Ouya port. In the game, you control Pill Bugbear. To win, you have to score 15 points by throwing the purple ball thought through the ring goals. Madness. Is this multiplayer? Looks like a relatively original take on a multiplayer sports game. Local multiplayer against friends or CPU-controlled players. Could be fun. Magic Wand. Oh, right. I was watching the trailers for this one. This one looks a bit rough, but I'm really curious how this one plays because it seemed to have some really cool ideas. Categorically, it is a narrative JRPG. You walk around, there are doors and trees. You go here and you go there. There are fragments of plot relate out of sequence, but you do not care because the music and the colors. When the narrative peaks, you say good and then forget it. Then years neglect this fertile country, but the trees and doors still stand. Somewhere form a silent windless day. Yeah, I really like. It does look a bit rough, but I really like the structure of it, especially for a JRPG, and how that comes together. It's interesting. Yep. Very curious. Little square things. Forget the box. I think think outside the entire warehouse. Sokoban-like puzzle game. The objective is simple: move boxes around to cover up some panels. Yeah, I also really like the art style of that JRPG, especially with how it managed to play with the 3D environments. I do hope that it has, like, I haven't seen any mechanics, so I really hope that the gameplay systems come together well. And this looks like Sokoban, full on 100% Sokoban. And this is Sokoban with lasers. Better. Lasers do indeed make Sokoban better. Parcels and pollen. Your name is Mr. Rabbit. You're the proud owner of a little flower shop started with the help of your mentor, Ruffle, and you're ready to spread the magic of flowers to everyone. The thing is, you've just made a very big sale, and now you're almost out of everything you use to actually sell flowers, like ribbon, floral tape, and flowers. Visual novel. Okay. It's a cute theme for a visual novel. "10 beautiful postcards." I think this is literally 10 beautiful postcards, a wonderful pile of rubble to sift through on your computer, a resort of many rooms for your eyes and hands to drift around. 200 mangled collage ruins flattened into pleasure palaces for you to uncover and explore. Investigate the dimension's mysterious economy. Visit and review multiple themed locations. Take snapshots of your friends, the void, or simply have fun relaxing by the pool. Yep. Okay, so who's gonna bet that this is the game, the craziest looking game today? I'm gonna bet a $5 on it. Okay. Sure. Okay, sure. I definitely am curious where this game will lead you. Oh, look, I said crazy games, so now we get more crazy games. Explore a field of caves and ruins under the benign aspect of the Mouse Corporation. A mysterious 3D adventure awaits your survey. It's Mouse Corporation. What are friends for? Yeah, okay. I think we've reached. Yeah, me neither. I think we have reached crazy territory now with psychedelic games. Destruction rocks. Move with the left joystick, rotate camera, right joystick. Break things, break other rocks. Reminds me of Rock of Ages, but in super simple and just on a single plane level. Probably could turn into a cool game if this idea is built out. Sandwich. Make yourself a sandwich, take your time, put some toast on a plate, make a grilled cheese or a artisan deconstructed veggie semi. It's up to you. A relaxing game about simply making sandwiches. As far as games go, that I didn't expect to see games about elaborately decorating sandwiches, but sure. Tabletop. Motel 66 is a survival horror game made in the Unity engine. In order to succeed, players will need to search rooms for items and battle enemies throughout the haunted motel. Seems like a very simple top-down adventure game. Some horror aspects and mature subject matter. It looks simple, but this could be the type of game that is deviously simple on the outside and hits you like a truck. So we shall see. Fantasy novel. Valiant Quest. Valiant Quest is a combat-oriented role-playing game of high adventure and peril. The players take on the role of one or more adventurers and embark upon dangerous quests to obtain gold and build their legends. Oh wait, tabletop? Tabletop. So we are at the end of the next page, so let's check what the bundle is doing. Setting at 178,000. Kaleidoscope. You are Lucas, a runaway teen in New York City's Union Square trying to make it to the hospital. With a dead phone and no money before your father dies from cancer, this is a story about losing the fear to ask others for help and the dangers of going it alone. Every choice you make matters and changes the story and ending, so multiple playthroughs are encouraged. I think I started this already a few days ago when I was checking through the bundle games if they work. What am I? It's just mouse? Yeah. Interactive fiction, very nice. I'm not going to focus on that now. But the premise and the description are incredibly interesting. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Pillars on Poppy Hills, visual novel. Atop the Poppy Hills are ruins to what was once revered and feared. One man wants to paint the scenery while another wants to research it. While the forgotten god wants to have silence once and for all. It's impossible to judge. Seems like a visual novel. Yeah, visual novel. With downcast themes. Possible to judge, but looks interesting. Could be good. Also has a relatively unique art style, which I really like to see. Animal crackers. Also, my cat demands some water. I mean, she has water, but she wants fresh water from the bathtub, because that's how water tastes the best, instead of the water that she got a few hours ago. So give me a second, back in a minute. Very well. Cat is happy. And also cuddling my whole streaming setup. Animal crackers. Today is the president's... cat! Today is the president's birthday. As one of the only independent members of the Animal Congress, it is up to you, an adorable tie-wearing mouse, to break the gridlock and ensure the president has the greatest party ever. President's birthday party. Okay. So basically... a small adventure game, finding the items you need, and then preparing. Yeah, I don't have... I'm not in the mood to check that out too deeply now, but it does look adorable. Yeah, so indeed, you actually just try to find the items for the party and talk to the people. Alright. The Quiet Sleep, a city builder tower defense game set in a person's mind. Quiet Sleep is a collection of stories set in a simulation tower defense game in which you build out your mind in order to achieve your personal goals and maintain control over your emotions. That sounds like a cool theme for a tower defense game. Okay. So we basically have okay. So it's basically also a resource gathering thing. Okay, this could be really, really cool, depending on how deep the interactions between those elements goes. So if it's not just very simple building up the towers and then just waiting until it's done, like an actual challenge or puzzle element to it. Yeah, that looks cool though. It could be pretty good. Yeah, okay, I'm curious. Escape Room, The Sick Colleague. This game simulates a real-world escape room. The player starts in a closed room and has to try to get out as soon as possible. To do so, the player can inspect, combine, and interpret objects to obtain new clues to solve new puzzles. Doesn't give much gameplay, but I suppose since they mention that the game is pretty close to an escape room, that it will be that. It's actually pretty interesting that there are many games trying, like many digital games, trying to be that escape room experience, but I only actually found a few games that really try to emulate an escape room, and the puzzles that you would find in an escape room, it's usually some different form of puzzle or interaction or some things that you wouldn't really find in a real life escape room. So I'm curious how this one turned out. Sunflower Maintenance. This game was made for the Touhou Station Game Jam. A game where you try to grow sunflowers while fairies steal them and shoot at you. Okay. Okay, so it's basically a shoot 'em up. Shoot 'em up while you try to navigate the levels and collect the sunflowers. That is adorable. Invertio. Originally inspired by Seiji Kijin, who has a screen flipping attack and a shoot 'em up, which I'm sure has never caused anyone to rage quit. Unfortunately, screen flipping isn't all she's going to do to you here. Fairly standard tile matching, but your actual objectives may change from level to level, and complications will quickly begin compounding. So it's basically tile matching, but weird, with new rules all the time, changing things around. Could be interesting, depending how it's done. Rogue Yard. Tabletop. Pleroma. Pleroma is the very first commercial video game by notable and internationally beloved aesthete known primarily as the Alex. It has been made possible through the generous support of a lovely batch of Kickstarter backers and, of course, Patreon patrons. Not entirely sure if we're looking at a walking simulator type experience or an actual game. Does it say anything? Taking the sides, manage tunes, yeah, it's probably solve a puzzle and unlock the true ending. There is one puzzle in the game to unlock the ending. Yeah, but okay. The experiential games are also pretty deep when you actually find a way to connect with the environment, and the environment does look pretty good and varied. Yeah, that's looking cool. Super cool. Probably need to be in the mood for it though, but definitely interesting. Sandstorm. This one is nice. Daniel Linson, the creator of this game, has made many smaller games that I absolutely adore. They all have a very, like, they all look very simple, but have a deep atmosphere, deep and interesting atmosphere with just simple ideas. And Sandstorm was one of them. Is there a trailer? Yeah, we have a trailer. We have text. Discover its secrets, master your technique, complete your pilgrimage. So basically it's been a while since I played it, but basically the idea was that you are lost in the desert and you are trying to find your surroundings and see how you get out or whatever you are gonna find there. And it really hit the note of making you feel a bit desperate, making you wonder if you're walking in circles, making you wonder how you can survive. Small game, but really, really good. And also, in case you don't have enough indie games, because nobody has ever enough indie games, even after buying 2,000 indie games, the author, Daniel Linson, I believe he only had that one game in the bundle, but basically you can go through all of his games, and all of his games are absolutely fantastic. I love every single game he made, which is not something I can say about many people who made like 30 games. Very good developer. Super talented. Martian Space Blaster is an asteroids-like top-down shooter where you fight squid monsters in space that was made during the Mrs. Game Jam. That's it. Not much to it. All right, you heard it. Fantasy role-playing adventure, tabletop. Troika, tabletop. Sci-fi system, tabletop. Tabletop, I suppose. Monad is meant to be experienced in a dark, quiet room on a large screen with a surround sound system or headphones and with a multi-touch screen for input. It was initially conceived as an experiment with space, wherein the very moment that the player engaged with the system, a white circle began to grow unrestrained until it occupied the entire screen. Yeah, okay, so having this on a wall-sized touchscreen with the graphics reacting to your touch is probably an insane experience if you have this all around you. I'll definitely try this at least on my TV, I suppose, instead of the laptop. Yeah, super neat. The world also needs more art games. Silver Grapple we went over, Slimes. Of the things that came with the arrival of an alien being, the weakest of all of them are the slimes. Nobody knows what exactly these are, but as weak as they are, nobody succeeded in destroying one of the dungeons from which they spawn. Forgot to read what the game genre is. Ah, looks like an RPG. I'm wondering if it is a bit of a cheap way out to have an RPG where you only fight slimes. That's a tagline. But sure. It's actually surprising how few RPGs there are usually in these bundles. Like the last bundle and also this one seems to have relatively few classic RPGs, JRPGs. I wonder why, or if the whole RPG Maker community is just not really hanging out on itch. Or if they are just simply less games made in that classic JRPG vein. People's on the Run. People's on the Run is about a cat endlessly running through roofs, jump on chimneys, and avoid weather vanes in this cute pixel art game. Looks like an endless runner. An endless runner with a cat. This was not how it was supposed to be. So wait, what was I doing wrong here? Oh, hold. No, wait, what? Ah! Oh, now I get it. I need to jump. Okay, get it. Yeah, I still remember in the old forums that sometimes people were just endlessly replaying these endless runner type games and this for compare high scores, and it's really weird how they basically completely died off again afterwards. Maybe they are more popular on mobile these days. But as far as endless runners go, this is actually pretty cute. Yeah, that's cute. Cute one. Vast trivia of the void. What would an omniscient creature do with all that knowledge? Well, host a trivia game, of course. Join the challenge of the Thing of the Void, or Thothef for short, and go deep into the abyss to win big. Put your knowledge, several topics to test. This is a good game to entirely mess up and show how much you don't know about things. Good that I'm the one playing it. But it looks like it must be multiplayer, right? Otherwise it would be a bit weird. $181 questions. With a bit of Mario Party mixed in. I have no idea. Probably one of them. Nah. What is it doing with the board layout? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what the board layout here is adding to the game instead of just making it a trivia game. Oh wait, the Game Boy Color. Whatever. Yeah, okay, sure. Trivia games. I think this is the first trivia game I've seen in any of the bundles, but they seem to have some cool questions. Hacknet. Hacknet is an immersive terminal-based hacking simulator for PC. Dive down a rabbit hole as you follow the instructions of a recently deceased hacker, whose death may not have been the accident the media reports. I did play that. Okay, it's supposed to come out of 2018, but I thought I did play it a good while ago. Maybe actually did play it when it released. I really enjoyed these type of hacking games when I was a bit younger. I forgot what they were. That was a super popular one. Oh, I got the name. But I don't think I've played this very far. I think I only started at the beginning. So I really should get back into this and actually dig deep. People do seem to love it. Framed. Very nice. I didn't even know that this is in the bundle. Rearrange the panels of an animated comic book to craft a story of a noir-style spy adventure. Presented in an extensive series of visual puzzles requiring logic and imagination, each panel move changes the current narrative, leading to all kinds of comedic blunders, untimely deaths. If you haven't played these yet, they are basically, what makes them really cool is that you structure. Let me actually get some gameplay. Okay, so what makes them really cool is that you change the sequence of things happening in every level, which the game still will play out and show you the very unfortunate outcome that you created. It was super fun. I think I only played the first one though. Yeah, very good games. Good games, good games, good games. The Lost Night. You wake up in the middle of a spooky town trying to find your way back home. Help the citizens of this weird town and they will open paths for you.
Hey everybody, Kevin here with Pursuing Pixels, and I'm going to be playing The Lost Night, as you can see here, and this is a little RPG. In battle. I think it's just in battle. Maybe not. I'm moving a little quicker.
That was also adorable.
I already got some earth soup for you. Nice. The guy faded. What the fuck? That's great. Oh, now that is some RPG writing, my friends. That's brilliant. There's a boss key down here. Come on.
So a Halloween-themed
So I gotta
classic
go down
RPG.
and around and get that key. And I bet you that's the key for, like, the pumpkin house. Oh, we got a...
It has Undertale style
Maybe guppy? Some kind of fish? See you later.
combat ideas.
Oh, yeah, I did just get that fishing book, maybe. I mean, I'm nowhere near any
Neat.
water or
Cool.
anything, but... I'll take that candy.
Very neat. Very neat. Very neat. Bullfrog. No description. Cactus blocks are falling for some reason. You, a little frog named Frog, have to jump and dodge out of their way, set them up in lines, Tetris style, in order to clear them off your land. Up, down, left, right. X, jump, confirm. X and N, okay. Do I have a full screen mode? What am I doing? That did not go as intended. So what do I have? I can jump. I have a tongue. Jump, tongue. So basically I'm pulling the blocks towards me and then try to... Guys, you have no idea how difficult this is to control. I'm not saying it's bad or impossible, but okay, so wait. Jump. Pushed him to me. This is hard. Holy crap. Okay, some of you... one of you needs to try this and tell me if it's just... if that's just me, or if this is really hard to wrap your head around how this is meant to be controlled. And I do believe by Tetris they meant I need to actually make a full line. Maybe I can try to... Maybe I try to pre-plan... Damn it. Oh my god, no, that's... Well, it almost looks like a thing. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna give up. This is not gonna work out with my brain right now. But please do check it out and let me know if that's just me or if this is actually really hard. Soundtrack. This Discord has ghosts in it. Oh yeah, I read this description of this one when I went through the games. Basically a tabletop thing for digital worlds. And I am really curious about this. I might actually try this out as a game that you can play in a Discord room. Sketchy Racing. Time trial racing on notepaper. 25 levels to race on, plus an editor to create more. Wide open rally stages, tight street circuits. Technical hairpins and fast sweepers. No trailer, but looks cute. Also some high score medals. I probably spent way too much time on this one. Last one on the page, Tulip Kingdom. Tulip Kingdom, this was originally a little loop I did for Music Weekly's Fairy Tales Challenge. Music. Okay. I didn't know there was music on itch.io. Did sound good though. Okay, let's check the bundle. The bundle currently says 183,000. A reminder for everyone who might not have heard about it, there's an itch.io solidarity bundle going on for aid for Palestine, giving some food and medicine. So if you want to give money to charities and get 1,000 games in the process that are fun to check out, and some of those are actually really, really darn good, then the link is in the description. Please do check it out and support. Chiptunes. We're going to ignore all of those. Clean Suit is a retro-style graphical text adventure game where you must find creative ways to survive a mysterious serial killer's assault on your home. Use text commands to manipulate the detailed environment and discover all the unique ways to win and die. Ah, damn it. No. Someone just beat me in Vector with 3 seconds more. I will get back to you. I promise. Retro style graphical text adventure. What is the... Oh, I see. They have basically static images and then the text adventure that you can... That is a cool idea. See what works and if you can survive that serial killer intruding on your home. Definitely looking forward to that. See if the interactivity works out the way the dev advertised it. Letters Long Lost. Drifting the outer rims of the postal pocket dimension, a lone mailbox gently rusts as it's ravaged by the slow, unstoppable passage of time. Festering within the dark confines of the tin contraption, a small cluster of creased, unopened letters. Their address is faded into a peculiar mangled patchwork of damp ink splotches. I have no idea what this is. Yeah, I'm having a hard time thinking of what to say, but I liked it. I have no idea what this is. I'm very curious. Not now, though. Quavo is a 2D puzzle platformer where you navigate a cube through various sliding block puzzles filled with deadly obstacles. Explore the 20 different stages awaiting you. No trailer. Could be pretty good. I really like the art style. Something very simple, but still engaging about it. Numbertron is a puzzle game for 1 or 2 players made for the early Sharp MZ home computers from Japan. The game shares some elements with Tron-like games, but the gameplay mechanics are based on numbers instead. It's easy to learn, but you have to plan ahead and be smart to obtain good scores. The game may also be played as a 2-player battle puzzler. Okay, what's the idea? You can move in the 8 directions. The number determines how many you move. Okay, I see. So basically, depending on where you stand, that will decide how far you will need to move in each direction. And then you will use that to plan your path through this maze, which keeping in mind how these numbers are planned out and how you want to progress later on, that might be rather challenging. Yeah, that is a bit daunting. Curious to see how the actual game mechanics play out. Technocult, will you form a covenant? It's a drag working over the weekend, but putting in the extra effort may move you one step closer to a coveted promotion. You wouldn't describe your job as a dead end, but you could certainly use more money and, frankly, something more interesting to do. Hopefully this will all pay off. What's that sound? Your phone is buzzing. Yeah, I played the beginning of that when we checked out the validity of the games, and it's basically a visual novel about this idea of you forming a covenant and then people contacting you about it. I didn't play too much of it, but it definitely seemed intriguing enough that I'm curious where the game goes, if it ends up in being the mystery type serial killer, oh my god, everyone is now trying to kill me direction. Zukoban is a 2D puzzle game in which you help your animal pals escape the zoo. All the animals have different skills and characteristics. Elephants trample down trees, kangaroos jump over obstacles, beavers build dams, and zebras are stripy and horse-shaped. Yeah, so I did mention earlier that I'm not the biggest fan of standard Sokoban. But when I looked at this game, like, it does look very simple. But when I looked at this game before the bundle launched, I really liked the idea of how the different animals change how you interact with the cubes. So that might actually be enough of a difference to actually make the puzzles interesting. Maybe, possibly. Curious. Definitely will check it out. Jet Scout, Mystery of the Valunians is a jetpack-based platformer by Dustin Auxier, where you explore diverse alien environments to solve the mystery behind the Valunians, whose friends are trapped in an enormous containment facility. Jetpack-based. Again, the lunar lander style idea, but I really like that it's actually a story. Like, I don't think I've ever played one of these lunar lander type games with progression, story, and like actual diverse ideas and environments. Don't think I've ever seen one of those before. So I am intrigued. We had the Kishotenketsu, Nectar of the Gods. Nectar of the Gods is an unquenchable head-to-head real-time strategy game where bugs battle over the finest beverages. You must strategically deploy a chosen bug family, nimbly navigate the countertop, and claim liquid nirvana. What are we doing? I have no idea what's going on. What am I doing? What is happening? So you basically deploy bugs and they move continuously forward depending on the bug type that you maybe? Someone just mentioned that they played Bullfrog and tried to and actually figured out how to play the game. You should use your tongue to destroy blocks once they landed rather than using it to move them around. But can you actually make Tetris lines, or are you then destroying the whole block? Because if you destroy the block completely, then you're not filling up the Tetris line, right? And Nectar of the Gods, yeah, okay, so that looks really like unique. Unique is my word for this game. I have no idea what's going on here. There's no real way for me to judge any of this. I'm curious what it ends up playing like, though. Future Unfolding. Future Unfolding is an action adventure that is all about exploration. Your goal is to unfold the mysteries and solve the puzzles hidden in the beautiful landscapes around you. There are no tutorials and no one is telling you what to do. That sounds amazing. That sounds like my type of game. That is gorgeous. Holy crap, this looks good. So the idea of exploring that, not knowing what the rules of the worlds are, figuring out how to engage with your environment, plus these incredibly gorgeous, the incredibly gorgeous art style is making me very excited to play this. Wow. Yeah, that is Future Unfolding. Never heard of it. It looks amazing. Utterly amazing. Onto the list. Very nice. Tabletop, I suppose. Card game. Real card game? No, digital. You just started your classes at Yugen University to learn philosophy, but in the school, philosophers duke it out in a popular card game. Build your deck, rise to the top, and become the biggest philosophy student in the class. I see. Thanks for the explanation. We are now on to deck building philosophers. Okay, so this is an actual an actual collectible card game. The ideas people have. Okay, sure. I love card games. I love card games, especially with single player content, so you will hear my opinion on this at some point. Okay. Oh yeah, right. This is not a game, but this guy, I suppose, Joel Couture, had a few interesting essays on some video games and some ideas in the bundle. It's unrelated to the game topic, but I'm really curious to check those out because when I looked into them, they did seem to have some really intriguing thoughts. So just that as a quick side note. An interactive music album. Which allows you to listen to the individual instruments in any combination you want and explore my music in a more intimate way. Thanks for the nice compliments. What are we doing? I suppose you can... turn individual effects on and off. Not terribly exciting for this video, but I'm really looking forward to this. I really like these type of concepts. Catty and Betty 2, The Spirit Guide, is a casual couch co-op puzzle game inspired by Lemmings and Tower Defense. Lemmings and Tower Defense. Oh, I see. You basically build the towers that will direct the little ghosts to their goal. That would be cute. Depending on how many different towers or challenges they introduce. I also like the art style. I mean, come on, how can you not find that adorable? We met in May and went on a lot of dates. This is a collection of vignette games about those dates and a comedy that comes with getting to know someone. That sounds like a very precious little game. Yeah, this is the type of game that will just be incredibly heartwarming and charming. Seemannsgarn. It is the golden age of piracy. The night has been long, or is it day already, and you have been drinking heavily, sitting around one of the tables of the shady, dirty, and loud interior of your favorite watering hole. Oh, wait. Tabletop. Okay. But it was a German word, so I wanted to read it out. 1 Hour World Builders. Same thing, tabletop. Cosmic Express. A puzzle game about planning the train route for the world's most awkward space colony. That sounds good. what is it called? Pipe Mania. Basically that. Figuring out how to... Oh, but that is a cool idea. That is neat. Like how they used that basic game mechanic of building that structure and then let you try to figure out how to actually get the little passengers where they need to be and then interacting with the environment. That looks pretty neat. That looks like a very cool little rewarding puzzle game. Cool. A good snowman is hard to build. I know some of you already played this and I haven't. And you all kept telling me that I should play it. And now I feel bad for saying that I haven't played it yet. I'm sorry. I will get to it. I promise. An adorable puzzle game about being a monster and making snowmen. Almost looks like a puzzle game. Is that a puzzle game? I always thought it's more of a small adventure. Yeah, it's a puzzle game. Nice. Also Sokoban, but it is an interesting take on Sokoban, and I think that's the huge difference, like actually trying something different. Oh, very nice. Okay, you got me, guys. Guys and girls, you got me. I will definitely check that out soon. Hot Panic. Wait, what was above? Sukobond. Yeah, we talked about Sukobond. A game about the struggle to have a conversation while also stuffing your face with food. You're at an all-you-can-eat hot pot restaurant. You're hungry and you just want to do nothing but chow down. But you're here with a friend and you don't want it to seem like you're only here to eat. Can you manage to keep the conversation by cooking and filling your belly? So, a game in which you randomly need to balance getting the food cooked in the right way and making sure to read the responses. Reminds me a bit of Wheels of Aurelia, how you need to drive the car at the same time as reading the conversations of the passengers and reacting to them. But does look adorable. Gnog, we talked about. And since we reached the end of the page, the bundle is now sitting at 188,000. Steadily climbing up. Dépanneur Nocturne. You're on a rainy late night quest for a very particular gift. The only problem is you don't know what it is yet. Finding a corner store that's open at this hour must be kismet. With the help of its peculiar proprietor and your unusual inventory, you're sure to find something worth your search. Seems like a short little adventure game about a grocery store. All the things one can do at a grocery store. Sure. Unique. Certainly unique. Could be pretty precious. Dracanoid is a neon-drenched love letter to brick-breaking games. Good, I love them. We took out all the boring bits like paddles and turned everything up to 11. The ball moves at hyperspeed, shattering everything into explosion-filled eye candy. Okay. Oh my god. That looks amazing. Holy shit! Okay. I didn't expect to want to play a breakout game. Right away. But sure. Cool. Wizardish is a first-person grid-based old-school mini-dungeon crawler inspired by Wizardry and Ultima, created in Pico 8. Controls are arrows plus CX. Eight dungeon floors. Alright, yeah, I tried this as well. It has super simple level design, like you can see here. And the standard combat. I just drank all my potions. And the standard combat. I definitely want to check it out if they try to do more with it, like if they had traps or if they had different room layout. Oh wait, that's a ladder that would push me down. How different they actually managed to make those levels be. I'll just do that a different time. Okay, what else we have? Solar Blaster Challenge Stage. The Earth is under attack from the invading alien war machine. Take control of the Solar Blaster fighter ship and strike back. Pico 8, more Pico 8 games. I do get the impression that I am missing a lot of cool games by not having looked into the Pico scene, or however the Pico scene is called. Galaga. Galaga is another one of those games like Sokoban, where I really have a hard time getting into them if they don't offer anything particularly new. Like, of course, it's not 100% Galaga because different layouts and upgrades and whatnot. But I don't know what it is that these games, if they are too close to that original concept, don't really manage to excite me that much. Look competent though. My Nuclear Octopus. If you need constant rewards, endless power-ups, crisp vector graphics, achievements, online challenges, multiplayer or 3D, this is not the game you are looking for. On the other hand, if you love old-style, pure of heart, out-and-out arcade gaming, you and My Nuclear Octopus may just be on the verge of a beautiful friendship. Yeah, alright. I understand what they mean now. So you basically move around the main character between those 4 lines, and then you shoot out to the sides, trying to deflect enemies coming at you. That's pretty cool though. Probably a super fun high score game. Heartstrings create a resilient network of connected hearts. Da. What are we doing? Oh, I remember having tried this as well. And I believe when I tried it the first time, I had no idea what is going on. And I do not think that we are having any better chances now. Anyone got an idea? Maybe just waiting until they grow enough so that things happen. Oh wait, now I can... Oh, so wait, so if they are full? No. I can't really click. Like, I can move the hearts. But this one, I can't do anything with. Oh wait, no. Was that right click? I think for the sake of not drawing this out too long and saving your sanity, I will take a look at this later to actually figure out how this is meant to be played. Maybe someone in the comments. Yeah, I will figure that out later. All right. Soundtrack. Watch me jump. Talked about it. Plunge, we talked about it. Card sprites. Tabletop. Knight and Damsel is a 2-player uncooperative multiplayer game set on a papercraft stage that subverts the age-old tale of knights saving damsels, with the knight and the damsel competing to rescue the other. It's one of those games where you need to navigate the environment and do that quicker than the opponent. Also, another game coming to Ouya 2015. Kern. Not a single screenshot or information. Is that the same developer again? No. Made with Bitsy. Yeah, that's the type of game I really want to take myself time for and just find my own interpretation or way I think about them. So there's probably not much one can see from just a few seconds. But anyway, cool. Definitely gonna look into it. More small games, please. Linearity. Show me how you play and I will tell you who you are. Is a companion puzzle game. Create lines, as many and as complex as you can. Just turn the blocks to make them connect until you have a line without any breaks. I did try that before the bundle launched, and as it said, you basically just turn the not ropes, the lines, so that you make a continuous line. But it was also so hard to make them all connect in a way that would allow you to make points that after a few minutes I already lost my interest in trying to get better at it, because it did feel rather frustrating. But I'm not entirely sure if I was just missing something, because it also isn't particularly good at explaining any extra mechanics. So still might be on me that I didn't particularly enjoy it as much. Code Dungeon is a short atmospheric dungeon crawler hack and slash game where you fight your way up a tower through hordes of enemies.
Code Dungeon 20-second trailer.
So this is Code Dungeon, a game that me and Victor have been making for the past 3 to 4 months that we are now releasing way where W is up on the screen and S.
Okay, so
this system. So when
that does look interesting.
Yeah, so I'm within 0.4 meters now of the crystal.
But depending on the mechanics,
use spacebar. So if you need to change any options for how you
probably pretty critical how diverse and varied the challenges actually are then. But it could be interesting. Knights of the Round Taurus. Clear the roads and defend the citizens of a magical Taurus for as long as you can. No trailer, but it looks like severe madness. I have no idea what's going on. Madness is good. Craziness is good. Gonna report back after I played it. Demon Truck 666-bit cartridge. Race towards the next hell in action-packed shoot 'em up from the 60-bit era that never was. Power through walls of jagged metal, melt enemy bikers and vehicles, dodge furious laser scorpions, and go toe-to-toe with massive bosses covered in guns. Okay. So that is Mad Max the game, right? That looks utterly insane. I wonder how hard it is to actually keep track of what's going on the screen, so actually know what you're gonna do. But as I said, more crazy stuff is good. The world landscape. People with autism spectrum disorder, especially children, usually show difficulties in the communication and understanding of emotions. In fact, it is a condition that impacts how a person perceives and socializes with others. Having the communicative, emotional, and symbolic development disturbed, causing problems in social interaction and communication. What? Oh. Oh. So is this like a... Okay. However, it is known that playing infected contributes there's been a flight of words. There's been a flight of words in the country of Worldland. Those words are hidden in different places, outskirts. The kid must find them and classify them by semantic field so that the words can return to their hometown. Colorville, Feelingstown, Animalville, and Foodtown. The main function of this game is to find the words and identify their meaning, helping autistic children to work on perception and logic, becoming familiar with terms about emotions, relating them to their meaning. That is cool. I have no idea. I can't judge how effective it works for autistic children. But it is amazing that people do try more and more ideas for all kinds of situations where digital games could be pretty unique as a way to help. The Furniture of Self is an autobiographical VR game about identity and self. Explore my room, create your identity, and find out about my own. If I'm understanding this right, and the idea is super neat, is basically having a virtual room that represents another person's life and what they do, what they like. And it is a cool idea. And then, of course, you smash it all apart because that's what VR games want to make you do. Halloween Forever, we had Super Skull Smash Go to Turbo. Return to the haunted town and save the villagers once again from Evil King, the worst king ever. He sent his skeleton armies to defile the local countryside and has set a curse upon the townspeople. Help them out by smashing every skull in the country, purify the land, and stop Evil King once and for all. This sequel takes the skull-smashing puzzle platformer in a new direction with turbo action, turbo puzzles, and turbo boss battles. Wait, is that the trailer? Yeah.
Do you like retro games? Do you like them filled with skeletons? Well, look no further than Super Skull Smash Go 2 Turbo. Evil King is back in this exciting sequel, and he's causing trouble in his outmoded ways.
Classic
Please,
action platformer.
Do not try to play Super Skull Smash Go 2 Turbo. It may result in any number of the following conditions: skeletal fuse, cartridge malaise, Gallagher's thumb, and console to pour. Remember,
Does look good. Would be in the mood for a good one. La Maletta, a short point-and-click adventure based on the poem La Maletta. In the Canary Islands in the 1980s, when the NATO referendum was taking place and the social movements that spanned. It is based on the poem La Maletta. Tries to depict the hardships of the Canarian people during the 80s and how most, if not all, the issues that the poem exposes are still true today. Yep, I'm really going to look forward to this. I think there's something very interesting about adventure games as a base to convey social struggles. There were many of them in the 90s. Like, I remember when I grew up that I played a million of them around environmental issues, around emotions. And I don't know why, but I mean, sure, they are probably somewhere, but they seem to be a bit hidden these days. Nice recipe. Open your fridge, choose the ingredients, examine, chop, season, heat, and taste them. During the lockdown, you start to learn how to cook from your dear grandma. Oh, adorable little cooking game. I really like how much care and love obviously went into the art style. It's pretty. No preset ingredients, slice texture, no performance-oriented steps. We want you to enjoy cooking a meal from start to finish. That's cute. Very, very cute. You're welcome. See you later. I'm probably gonna finish at the latest at around 8 p.m. and still try to get some groceries. Nokia world. I like to think about what's going on inside technology when we aren't looking. Maybe nothing is happening, just electrical signals pulsing. But then again, maybe they're all having a dance party in there. I wouldn't know. I have no idea what this is. Is this actually a game or like a short story? The animations look amazing, so I'm curious what the game actually ended up being. Oh yeah, right, we went to a new page. So, time for the update. 193,000. At least we'll hit 200,000 before I quit the stream today. I suppose that is tabletop. A text-based hack and slash. In Write and Slash, play Molly, a doll who dreams to write like humans. However, the other toys are reluctant to this idea and will do everything to prevent it. Ah, okay. A typing game. Yeah. Okay. It does have a really amazing art style, though. And a good typing game can be rather addicting. Breakfast Cult, a game about school days and the end of days. In the weird age of the late 21st century, the newly discovered occult sciences are changing the world. If you want to learn them, Occulta Academy is the place to go. In this secluded island school, talented students from all over the world can learn sorcery and occult tech under the Foundation's watchful eye. Seems like a cool little visual novel. That smiling game. And this, ladies and gentlemen, please, 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 is not how a game page should look like. Atmosphere, creative, cute, feel good. Sadness and tears. Okay. Okay. It's true. We don't have enough games that are actually portraying positivity, like directly. I mean, it's hard to probably make a game that is not, that doesn't feel too cliched or too kitschy. But good. We need more positivity. We do. Walker Wall is a mini exploration puzzle platformer. Reach the end of a platform will make you change your point of view. This will allow you to see things all the way hidden. Oh, so basically, depending on how you're positioned, you can see different things. I have space to jump, left and right to walk. Okay, I suppose this kills, yeah. I really like the base idea of this. How changing the direction that you're facing also inherently changes what you're doing in the level and what you try to achieve. But it does feel a bit without direction if I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing it for. Like, I know I can get into a position to collect the squares. But there's no real... There's actually no real reason for me to do it. I suppose just collecting all of them will actually allow me to get to the next level, if there's a next level. But the idea is pretty good. The idea is pretty dope. Yeah, it might only be 1 or 2 levels if it's relatively short. Still, cool idea. Pixels out of space. You are part of a scientific group that is in charge of studying a farm where strange events have happened since months ago. Day by day, the atmosphere becomes more and more strange, and you start losing the sense of time. Suddenly, you woke up in an empty room, but you feel that something that is not from this world is watching you. WASD or arrow keys, K and space to jump. Shoot J, okay. Does this work now? Jump, shoot. So after I shot every one of my shots, I think I shouldn't have done that. Can I reload? Was there a reload button? Reload. S. Ah, okay. It is a bit cumbersome. Because the jumping mechanics, they're not bad. It's probably just a matter of getting used to what is happening. Is that... Okay, anyway, so this seems pretty, like, not super easy because of the way that you need to reload. And that takes a lot of time, and especially if there are 2 or 3 enemies right after each other, that is actually rather challenging. But sure. I could see that being pretty good. I'd need to dig a bit deeper into it. Tetrable is a terrible spin on a very good arcade puzzler. Move left, right, rotate, soft drop, hard drop. This is a terrible game by Henry for short. Is it literally just Tetris? I think that's basically just Tetris. Also, is it just Tetris with the most annoying Tetris shape? That is a bit mean. Okay. Troop Ashcan, murder hobo without the murder. Tabletop. Transmission. There's been a murder on the train. Capture the criminal, but make sure not to accuse an innocent person. Press space or A. There has been a murder. The culprit is still on the train. Ask around and gather clues. Not everyone is certain. Move space. Oh. So you're basically trying to deduce the statements that they are making and how true they are. That's interesting. I have no idea how this actually comes together yet, but I like the concept. Tabletop. Working for the Corp. Descended from the Queen game set in a cyberpunk dystopian future. Tabletop. Sound Dodger. Dodge the beat and move to the music. Sound Dodger combines the twitchiness of bullet hell shooters with the sonic thrills of rhythm games to create a wholly unique experience. Studio Bean has updated the original Adult Swim Games title with all new tracks, controller support, and fully featured level editor. I think I played that actually. Maybe I played the original version at some point. I'm definitely in the mood for that. Absolutely. It's pretty dope that it's in the bundle. Choice Chamber is a crowdsourced action game designed for live streaming where viewers play along via chat to change the game in real time as you play. Players constantly give feedback that changes how the game evolves. I have encountered a few games before, I think also in the Racial Justice Bundle, that were actually made directly for that purpose, that streamers would have, although that readers would have different ways to interact with how the streamers play a game. And I think there's a lot of potential in that for more in-depth ideas. And this looks like...
I got a sword! Yes, I can use the sword! And
this looks like
and that's the game!
This looks like one of the more in-depth examples of that, and I really applaud developers having a good idea for what they can do with that, because there's probably like still super untapped potential for that. Neat, very cool. Basketball is an experimental 2D basketball-based platformer. Each chapter of the game uses the mechanics of and idea of basketball in a different way. At one point, you might be dribbling inside the intestines of a purple blob creature. At others, you are likely to be dunking above the clouds in front of the Parisian moon. Seems like a rather unique theme for a platformer that they try to also incorporate mechanically. Neat. That looks pretty cool. Very cool. Worldcraft, own your own world. Quite a slogan. So I can drag and drop things. Can I do more? Yeah, I can do more than one. What is the goal? Do I just need to... Oh, I see. That's the problem. You can't have lines from different colors cross each other. I see. It does remind me a bit of the feeling that Mini Metro gives you in the beginning. Cool. Dream Die, a 2D puzzle platformer in which you delve into dreams and mix colors. To dye objects in a world where colors are a pigment of the imagination. Seems also platforming style. Also seems to be relatively hard to judge what the game actually tries to go for. So we'll see. Fake Illusions Brainbreaker update. Fake Illusions is a collection of optical illusions, but some of them are not playing fair. Where some lines only look diagonal, one line actually is, and circles look like they're different size, but secretly one of them is bigger or smaller, camouflaged by the illusion. It's your job to point them out. Oh my god, that is such a cool idea. That is a super cool idea for a game. To actually have these illusions and turn it on its head by finding the one that is actually not like the others. That can probably drive one insane very quickly. But oh my god, that is amazing. Oh god. Oh god. You can probably see me drifting into insanity if you would actually watch me play this for a longer period. Oh, amazing. Super neat. Potion Prodigy, a whimsical fantasy 2D isometric point and click game with a twist. Make potions and chill in this cozy cavern environment by completing small tasks and find hidden gems. I do not know why you start your trailer with options in the menu. So what do we have? So basically it's panoramas that you interact with and then try to find the ingredients for the potions to solve the levels. Yeah, the last bundle also had quite a few games that had a similar base idea. And I don't think I've ever seen one of those games that were actually bad. Like usually just the fact that you are searching for it and acting with an environment usually made them all pretty rewarding. So this one pretty well probably is as well. The Silence, a tale about abuse based on a true story. And how it affects the victim. You explore an empty room. Items that belong to the character will begin to appear one by one. When you examine those items, the character will recall a memory. Those memories, you will see how the abuse affected them. You see the emotions they felt and how it slowly destroyed them. Yeah, it's probably another one of those games that hits very hard, despite seemingly simple at first. And those games are usually also having very interesting ways to visually portray these type of emotions and ideas. So I'm curious to check it out. Where were we? Seems like the same person. Yeah. Another short adventure game about feeling powerless with depression. I also really like his unique art style. I'm curious to check this one out. Both of them, I guess. Hungry. No time to explain. I'm a hungry dolphin. 2-minute browser game. So the 2-minute browser game probably keeps being relatively simple. I really need to look into Bitsy. I wasn't aware that Bitsy is a platform that many people are using to create these smaller experiences that I really like. Even though I'm not seeming like it when I'm rushing through it now, but I'm definitely curious to check out all these Bitsy games in the bundle. Do I Pass is a visual novel where you play as a transgender woman who is worried about if she passes or not. With the help of a magical webpage, she becomes a ghost and peeks into the minds of others to determine how they feel about her. There are 3 endings depending on the types of interactions she encounters from other people. That's definitely an interesting premise. And if in case you read some of my impressions from the Racial Justice Bundle, they might not be like those type of incredibly personal games about someone's experience might not be the best game that you will get to play, but they usually are incredibly insightful and will probably stay with you for quite a while because of how direct they communicate their ideas. Broccoli Quest was made as an exercise in one afternoon using Mosey, blah, 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 you strange as a strange long-nosed man who's run out of broccoli. Okay. I'm out of broccoli. So we have a game about getting broccoli from the grocery store. Okay. I will give that one more attention later on. IRL, the game, a surreal narrative game where you wander through a digital landscape. The game is based off... In this game, you will wander through a surreal digital landscape, meet exciting internet personalities, and help them to reconcile how their digital lives intersect with their personal lives. Contemplate.io. Subterranean Dweller. Okay. I'm not sure if that even shows up on the stream correctly because it seems to bug out a little. Read through posts and click on emoji that best resonates with how you feel about each one. Don't worry much if you're not sure what they mean, just go with your gut. While some posts offer a stray thought, others pose a question. When you encounter one of those, choose the answer that best reflects your thoughts. How you respond to each question determines the outcome of a game. When you see this, it means that the choice you make will affect the outcome. So there was another game that was pretty similar to this where you were judging or like reacting to things on the internet or to comments made, and I really like the way that those concepts can play out if they are engagingly told. Like if you actually feel like you have a connection to what you're all reading, and I'm not getting the impression that this is a lot of that impact. At least not now, might be later. Compassion is an interactive narrative experiment about dealing with getting help when you're in pain, which is sometimes harder than dealing with the pain itself. Oh boy. Compassion isn't taking away from us suffering, it's the both of us working towards improvement together. Is there any point to... Resisting compassion is resisting my own growth. There's nothing to be afraid of. Compassion towards me is work on my part too, and I'm willing to put in the effort because I respect you like you respect me. I have to be compassionate towards myself before I can accept compassion from others. So I suppose that is more of a mental health little tool instead of a game, which is good, important. But yeah, it is unsettling to have the stick and the rock constantly nearby as a reminder of what we as humans are capable of, even when we at this time decide for compassion. Ugh. Riba, a game about fishing your grandma's bones. We are staying with very weird and dark topics. This game was made for the Global Game Jam. No, an interactive atmospheric experience about fishing your grandma's bones. About fishing your grandma's bones. Has an amazing art style though. Holy shit, that looks amazing. That is so pretty. I have no idea. You've caught a cloudfish. I have no idea what the actual point of the game is yet, but it is incredibly relaxing. Also very enticing because there's apparently still a good bit to figure out about how I interact with this level. Grandma had been lost for a while before she died from senile dementia, long before we scattered her bones in the river. When the doctors told us what she had, I just thought that we would lose her memories, but I didn't know that she would also lose her ability to be herself and to be present. Ah, shit, that one hits hard. Where do I? Oof. That one hits directly and hard. I shouldn't continue playing this on stream. I will do this on my own later on. Okay. I will probably finish the last 3 here because I noticed that my back is starting to ache after now 7 hours or something. I probably should take a rest. So I will just finish the last 3, but thank you so much for the ones of you that are still listening and the ones that are still tuning in without having fallen asleep. Last reminder for those of you, in case you didn't notice, the itch.io Palestine bundle is just started. You can get 1,000 games for $5 and support a great cause giving food and medicine help to Palestine. So do check that out. Links in the description below. Last 3. Roses will rise. A tyrant's campaign has torn the kingdoms within Shorno apart. Feralda, a blacksmith's apprentice, seeks revenge for her father's death with the help of a plague doctor, a saint princess, and a witch, raising hell within the castle they are imprisoned in. What evil had torn their lands apart had made them unite under one as sisters' arms. It's a gameplay. It's a strategy RPG with a visual novel element. So that is mostly visual novel. I want to see the strategy RPG part. No sign of strategy RPG. I will check that out. Cyberhold prototype in 2013. I was part of a team working on a game with the working title Project Pangea. Unfortunately, due to our experience, blah, blah, blah. In the year 2306, a massive meteor is set to collide with the Earth, wiping out life as we know it. Typhon, an aeronautical mining project, has been assigned to deter the meteor away from Earth, but only to find out that it's a vessel for cybernetic activity. That sounds super duper cool, but it's hard to tell from any of the screenshots how the game looks unless it's that dark all the time. But yeah, could be super cool. And the last one, Within the Walls. You're lost in a dark and strange place that defies logic. What makes it worse is that you are followed and preyed upon by unknown forces. Find your way through the catacombs of this horror text adventure as you struggle to survive with a life and your sanity intact. I did mention it earlier. If you have a text adventure, especially newer text adventures that you really liked, please do let me know somewhere, because I really enjoyed them back in the past, and I don't know why, but it's really hard to find any info on them. So if you have one that you like, let me know. I will check that out quiet on my own. All right. So yeah, that was basically 7 hours of talking about games in the bundle. We are 1/3, 1/4 through looking through the bundle itself, and at the beginning of the stream there was like 100 games that I already played that I gave my opinion on. I know this wasn't a particularly huge stream, but I do think that it got some people to pay attention to the bundle, so, and to the good cause that it advertises. So yeah, it's currently stuck at, well, not stuck, it's currently progressed to 198,000. Gosh darn it, we almost made it 200,000 during the stream, but I really can't I really can't take it anymore because my back is hurting. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. I am going back to making regular videos about indie game reviews, recommendation videos, gem videos, new releases. So if you like any of those kind of things, do leave a like or a subscribe. And yeah, support the Palestine bundle. That is a great cause. Thank you so much for tuning in, and see you around.